Good evening, everyone. Oh, normally I'm in the evening, so good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to Officer 24/7. This is our YouTube channel JIB English Medium, and my name is Niharika Bhatnagar, and I'm with you with the specific area of our final marathon for accounting and financial management for bankers. Till now, normally I meet in the evening, so it's been a long time that I have come on YouTube for the morning session. So everyone, first of all, share the session, like this session, and subscribe to the channel right away. Basically, when we talk about this specific session, it's gonna be a long session, multiple questions, theory, practical. From every nook and corner of our book, we have definitely tried to give you questions for practice. Plus, everyone, virtual library. Basically what you need to do is look at the particular description area. In the description area you will find a particular thing called the virtual library. In the virtual library, once the particular marathons are over, after a little while you will receive the particular PDF of this marathon as well, which you can definitely look at for practice. Okay, so everyone, let's begin with the session with a lot of energy, and let's begin with it. Okay, everyone, what's the first question for the day? We are starting with the practice questions. So here comes the first question. The first question talks about what? It talks about which of the following expenditure are added to material cost, demurrage, insurance charges, or commission and brokerage. I think if I look at this particular questions, this actually is related to the area of module B. Everyone, module B, when we talk about the material cost, if I purchase something, what is the particular expense which is directly associated with it? Demurrage, insurance, or commission and brokerage? Everyone, what's gonna be the answer in this case? Demurrage is basically paid when we are good morning. Okay, I've got C as well as D as an answer. Everybody who's there in the session, please make sure that you are replying. Basically, when we talk about these kind of sessions now, these are going to be a long session. When you are enthusiastic, then our enthusiasm goes up again. Okay, na? Preparing these sessions, going through this week, it's not only your exam week, it's actually our week too. So we have n number of sleepless nights. So you are the one who's going to keep me up throughout the time period. So that is you who should be there in the most energetic manner, everyone. So please come on, start answering. And don't worry, nobody is here to judge you. You are here to prepare, and that is the most important element. Being adult, studying hard is one of the flex that you are doing, which many other people are not. So have confidence in you and start answering. Okay, Ji. Demurrage, I told you, it's related to the area of when we buy something from outside, na, then in terms of our ship, we normally pay this. Okay. Then commission and brokerage is required when we are purchasing something. When you purchase something and then you have to pay commission or brokerage, then it might and might not be related to it. Insurance charge is done related only if it is a custom area. In case it's not related to the custom exchange, see, if I'm bringing something from outside India, then the insurance is compulsory. CIF, now you must have heard cost, insurance, and freight. Only then it makes sense. Otherwise, it doesn't. है ना? So in this case, when we talk about exclusively the expenditure which is related to the material cost, it's not the demurrage here because this is for the shipping area. So insurance can be there as well as the area of commission and brokerage can be there. So the answer is B, everyone. Okay. Next question. The dash indicates the percentage of each sale rupee remaining after the firm has paid for its goods. But this kind of question is the one where people say, "Ki, ma'am, in the examination there is no practical question. Why do you make us prepare the practical portion so hard? While in the examination they don't put the numericals at all." The question says the dash indicates the percentage of each sale rupee remaining. Matlab, what is the selling price which is remaining after uh, the firm has paid for its goods? Net profit, then operating profit, PE ratio, or GP ratio. See, PE ratio is related to the shareholders. There is nothing related to shareholders, so we are done. This is related to the sales. Everyone, from your sales, you pay all the outsiders, you pay all the insiders. What are we left with? Hanji Sidhu sir, that's correct. The first question is actually, no, first is B. B for boy. Whereas in certain books, I think I've always seen demurrage as well. So this particular question was more or less, since this was actually one of the past year questions from a specific book. Okay. So in that particular book, they had covered B point, but at this point of time, even the first part, that is demurrage. Demurrage is also an expenditure which is considered in the direct expense. So if I have to do it personally, I would go for all of these three. ठीक है चलिए everybody, please share the session, everyone like the session and subscribe to the channel right away. I'm here for a good number of hours today, so please go ahead and bring up all the positivity there, everyone. Everybody, when we talk about the specific question, what does it say? It says that the percentage of sales of rupee, what is left? Operating margin is related to only your business money. PE ratio is your uh, price and your earnings, matlab market price of the share. This is not even the point which is they are asking about. They are not restricted to production, so GP ratio is also not there. The answer is NP ratio. What's the formula? The net profit that you are left with after making payment to all the people who are outsiders divided by your sales will give you your NP ratio or net profit margin. See, this kind of question is a practical question purely converted into a theory question, which looks like this particular question simply means we could have tried the question in the examination without any trouble there. Sidhu sir, first question is this. Okay, if I talk about the first question now, personally, if I look at the material cost, when I'm trying to find from the point of view of what is related with the material, if I bring a material from outside India, then our demurrage will also make sense. But demurrage is normally something which is paid when you are when you are getting late. Your ship has to pay it when it is on the port and the time is getting past and they have to pay further money. So I think that is something that we can still skip. Insurance is compulsory when you are getting something from outside India, right? And then we have the commission and the brokerage related to that material cost is definitely included. Personally, three is one of the points which has to be there. First one, since it's dicey, so the answer in terms of elimination method, when we look at what's the best method, then it would be B. Okay? This is one particular question was which was asked at one point of time in UGC net. Since the syllabus matches a lot, so this was a question from that. Sidhu sir, yes. See, the point is, if I look at the preciseness of demurrage, now demurrage is basically a kind of penalty that ships have to pay when they're standing for a longer time. That's why probably they missed it out. Okay, everyone, this is a question from the area of CBS. This is your module B. Core banking system support multi-currency operations, allowing banks to manage accounts in various currencies. The database layer in the CBS architecture is designed to interface with the operating system, directly enabling seamless multi-currency transactions. Everyone, this kind of questions are always asked in the examination. That assertion and reasoning are true. These are reasoning and assertion based questions. So R is correct, A and R are true, but R is not correct. A is true, R is false, A is false, and R is true. What is the relation of CBS there? See, core banking solutions are the particular softwares through which the entire working goes on, है ना? The banks works through CBS. They are dependent upon CBS for their working. I think practically without CBS, it's just not possible for the banks to really work efficiently. You know, different banks, different softwares, but the core remains the same. You know, so if the core remains the same, what happens is, in this case, the point of A and R is definitely true. Both are correct. It works that way. But multi-currents operations basically are directly linked with the application layer of the database configurations, not the OS interface. Interface is what, everyone? Interface is something which is related to the area of what you and I can see, user interface. है ना? So they are saying that this happens at the backend. See, at this point of time, A seems to be the correct answer, but due to the technicality of that point, that it is not the interface. Okay, we are talking about the application layer and the database configurations. This is from the book itself, everyone. These particular lines are given in the book itself, which is converted into a question for you. So the correct answer is actually B. Keep on trying these questions, everyone. You never know. You can actually understand at one point of time your guessing is going wild and how many times it is going correct even. You know, which of the following was the primary focus of the internal audit system in the banks before the emergence of risk-based internal audit? Bank audit, everyone, module A, last chapter. Risk management procedures, transaction testing and reliability of accounting records, identifying new risk in the banking operations, or monitoring cyber security risk. Risk based internal audit. See, if we talk about the banking area, na, banking area has been exposed to a lot of risks in the last few years. Reason, there are so many hacking methods which have developed over the period of time. So internal audit is basically what, है ना? Internal audit is basically to alarm the organization that पता है, these are the areas where you are exposed to the risks. We have to cover these point up, because before statutory auditor comes up and points us, we should save ourselves. है ना? So in this case, the correct answer is actually B. We are looking forward towards the area of transaction testing area and reliability of the accounting records. We are trying to cover ourselves for the future. That is what we cover here. Historically, internal audit was basically done to see the accuracy of our records. Basically, see, statutory auditor is bound to come. Before he comes, prepare yourself, make sure that there is no error. So you actually keep an insider who's similar to the outsider. He tells you that this is the area, cover it up, and then we are done with it. So the compliance, all the reports and all is basically saved. The organization is saved by this person, that is your internal auditor, provided he's also independent. Okay, what is the key feature of the risk-based internal audit as compared to the traditional internal audit practices? Acha, now comes the more precise point. If I talk about risk-based internal audit, this is an internal audit which is specifically looking at the risk management. It is not looking at anything else. So, focus on transaction accuracy. Transaction accuracy is a part of internal audit. है ना? Then is focus on risk management and internal control effectiveness, review of regulatory compliance, or testing of operational data only. Testing of operational data is clerical work, that is not our work. Then regulatory compliance is one part. There are not one particular organization which is the regulatory body for a bank. No, think about it. RBI is there. Then income tax is also there, because TDS, TDS is being collected by the banks there. So income tax is always interfering. There are certain organizations which provides you services, so you are also subjected to GST. Then this is not the only area. The banks are also, there are employees, so there is a provident fund. You know? So just think about the multiple laws which banks are bound to work in. But risk based is related to the specific area of risk management. Now this is where you could have used one thing, that is very good, Sidhu sir. In this case, relate to the point. The question is risk based internal audit. Only B point said focus on risk management and internal control effectiveness. Everybody, next question. This is related to the area of what is the main difference between a suspense account and sundry deposit account. Banking area. Suspense account only has credit entries where sundry deposits has only debit entries. Does this happen? Suspense accounts is includes debit entries, sundry deposits includes credit entries. Suspense accounts are fraud prone, but sundry deposits accounts are not. Sundry deposits accounts are reconciled automatically by computerization. What do you mean by the term sundry? Sundry is basically chote chote, minute or minor accounts. So everyone, what's going to be the answer according to you? We're talking about sundry accounts. Suspense account, पता है, it is only the banks where suspense account works. Otherwise, in other organizations, suspense account is something which is definitely not taken it up. Now, when we talk about the correct answer to this question, it is actually B, everyone. Suspense account includes debit entries, sundry account includes credit entries. Basically, what happens is reconciliation is done in both the cases. It is not done only in sundry deposits. So that is why it is correct answer that suspense account typically holds debit, sundry deposits credit, and both require reconciliation. That's the point. Okay, here comes a very interesting question. Module A, Capital and Revenue Expenditure. Which of the following costs are classified as a revenue expenditure rather than capital? Cost of subsequent major inspections of the assets, small replacements during regular service, then professional fees for asset acquisition or initial costs of bringing an asset. Everybody, initial cost of bringing the asset to an operational condition. Acha, let me tell you something. When we talk about the capital expenditure, na, the term capital expenditure says all the expenditure that you do to make that asset ready to use. I bought an AC. I keep it on the floor. Is it ready to use? Till the time those people do not install it and they do not connect both the sides there, then AC cannot be used. If I get a split AC, so in this case both the things have to be connected, the pipes have to be ready, only then I can use it. The installation cost will form part of the asset. That is why that would be something that I can say that would include in the capital expenditure. But what if everyone, I ask someone, every year our AC is required cleaning, servicing is required very frequently now because of the pollution and all. The servicing is now being done very frequently, but servicing does not increase the working of my AC. It doesn't happen this way ki by just doing the service my AC is gonna work way better. No, it's gonna work in the way it is supposed to work. So in this case, the regular servicing part or maintenance part is your revenue expenditure. Got the difference between the two? There is a thin line of difference there. So the cost of subsequent major inspections of assets is basically a revenue. Small part replacements during regular servicing. If you do something, see, sometimes na, the particular gas has to be refilled, a few things have to be done. These are very very normal, then professional fees for asset acquisition. If I pay even a single penny while getting my land, then that professional fees is a part of the land amount only, cost of acquisition. The documentation is included in it. The price is paid. So C and D are completely capital. clearly capital based expenditures. But what about the first one? Cost of subsequent major inspections. They are not normal inspections, they are major inspections, which makes sure that our asset survives, it lives for a longer period. So this is also this is something I can say, it will initially go either in deferred or capital, right? So in this case, what's going to be the correct answer? It is B. Because small replacement, filling up the gas, cleaning up the fan will not make a big difference. है ना? What makes a big difference is what? If you change some parts and it becomes way better than working. Done, everybody? Okay. Now moving on to the next pointer. If a purchase return of rupees 2000 has been wrongly posted to the debit of sales return. Everyone, I made a purchase return, I am returning the goods. If you follow the journal, in journal there's a very beautiful way of learning it. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. If something comes to you on the debit side, if something goes away from you on the credit side. So in this case, what happens is that purchase return is something that you lose. So it's on the credit side. On the debit side, you have what? That you bring in the business, है ना? But has been correctly entered in the supplier's account the total too. Acha, one part is there, it is one side error, it is not a double sided error, because it is problematic only in the area of purchase return and sales return. It should be on the credit side, basically in the trial balance. It should have been 2k here, but we missed out on 2k here and we made a super big mistake by putting 2k extra on the credit side. Now how do we correct it, everyone? If in case this 2000 is extra on the credit side, to correct it, first of all, a similar 2000 has to be created to nullify this 2000, because in accountancy we do not say ki, oh I have written it wrongly, erasing it and writing it in the right side. No, if you have done it, you just have to reverse it. If you created a plus, you create a minus. If you create a debit, you create a credit. Only then you can nullify it. By nullifying it, you will be just doing one part, rectifying your mistake. But what about creation of 2000 rupees of purchase return, everyone? 2000 rupees of purchase return has to be created. That means the difference should not be of 2000, it should be of around 4000. And your debit side in this case is more. Don't worry, it's not only the difficult questions. There, it's a blend. What I've made is a blend. Initially, it's just the luck that more questions are from the difficult side, but I had prepared both kind of questions. ठीक है? चलिए everyone. Now comes the next point. Everyone, first of all, please keep on sharing the session, liking the session, and subscribe to the channel right away. Trust me when I say you are the source of motivation for us. Because I think throughout the night I was preparing the content and a lot of things are happening. We are having our paid class, your regular classes are going on, we are preparing the YouTube sessions. So, more or less, just like you, we are also having sleepless nights. Hello, ma'am. So, see, I told you there are certain questions which are easier as well. Okay, chotu sa question. It says that Mr. Rupees 2000 received as a commission shortly entered in the cash book is not posted to the commission account. Again, a rectification of error based issue, which is what? This is basically something which I can say one sided error again. I received a commission. Everyone, when I receive commission, normally it is cash to commission. They said it is entered in the cash book correctly. Matlab cash book is all sorted. What part is not sorted, everyone? The commission account is not sorted. It is not recorded in this account. है ना? So the dash side of the trial balance will dash. In this case, credit side is something which is what? The credit side where this commission was supposed to be recorded. Is it recorded on that particular side, everyone? Nahin na? So in this case, it is similar to the question that we just talked about. Your debit side will be more than your credit side. So debit side will exceed. Whenever you do these questions, now the most important point is you try to understand the gist of the question. Basically, now if I tell you that knowing English basically gives you an edge, because in the examination it's not going to be easy. The questions that they are giving are on the tough part. Everyone, chaliye. Now let's move on to the next point. Please keep on sharing and liking this session, everyone. Error of principle. Another point of error of principle. What do you mean by the term error of principle, everyone? If I talk about error of principle, this is an error which is related to what? Rules of accounting. Okay? For example, debit all the assets and expenses, credit all the incomes and gains. But what if I mix up? I mix up an asset with an expense because both are on the debit side. Huh? Such an error is called error of principle. So, bigger hint, everyone. Go ahead and answer. Credit the purchase is recorded. Credit purchase of machinery is recorded in the purchase book. Then credit purchase of machinery is recorded in journal proper. Journal proper is for all the miscellaneous entry. Outstanding, depreciation, interest on capital, interest on drawings, anything which does not have other 7 points. That is your cash book, purchase return book, sales return book, bills receivables, bills payable. When all these 7 points are not there, then leftover goes to journal proper. Okay. Next point is the credit purchase of goods recorded in the purchase book. Um, Goods when you purchase on credit goes into the purchase book itself only. So this is the correct point, and this is something that is already a wrong statement. The correct answer is your machinery went into your stock or your stock goes into machinery. That is error of principle. ठीक है ना? The answer is very good, Leena ma'am. It is B. Achha, it is A. Sorry, I just saw that point now. It is A. We gave the answer correctly, but was looking at your options. Chaliye, everybody. I think some questions are the answers that I'm getting are from the previous questions as well. Now. So everyone, just pay attention to this question. Checks deposited but not collected will result in. Just write the alphabet C and then answer this question. So I'll come to know your answer in this question only. Okay? Increasing the balance of passbook when compared to cash book, increasing the balance of cash book when compared to passbook, decrease the balance of passbook when compared to cash book, or both B and C. Check deposited but not collected. Acha everyone, what does this mean? This is my cash book, this is my passbook. That's how I function in BRS. Okay. The check is deposited but not collected. Cash book said I have received money. Passbook said no, you haven't. So in this case, what has exactly happened? Your cash book balance is currently more than your passbook. है ना? This is true. Or I can say the passbook balance is less than your cash book. So in this case, the answer is D. You look at any of the perspectives. If you're starting from the cash book, then your cash book is more. If you're starting from the passbook, your passbook is less. Acha, Alina ma'am, Error of principle says you mess up in terms of asset and expenses. If you know the basic rules of accounting, the basic rules of accounting says debit all the expenses and losses and debit what comes in. That means assets are debited as well as the area of the mm, expenses are also debited. So when you mix it up, that is error of principle. Correct, Leela ma'am. Sidhu sir, Neha ma'am, please go ahead and keep on answering. Harsh sir, Manohar sir, they're in the session. Everybody else from the paid sessions. Okay, moving on to the next question. See, these kind of questions are something where people say ki, ma'am, this is not practical question. This is a theoretical question. In actual, this is a practical question converted into a pure theory one. This will make you feel that probably, yeah, I did the theoretical part properly, then even why am I not able to answer? Okay, so this is basically, these kind of questions are always a little troublesome. Okay, Aman draws a bill on Bimal for rupees 60,000. Aman wants to endorse the bill to Chirag. Basically, now everyone, this is from bills of exchange. There are three people involved: drawer, then drawee, and the person to whom it is endorsed. So this is your endorsee, the person to whom it is endorsed. So this was the bill for 60K. Simplifying the question for you, everyone. Here it's a bill receivable, here it's a bills payable. But Aman is also supposed to pay to Chirag, that is the creditor. What amount they are supposed to pay to the creditor, everyone? Rupees 70,000. ठीक है ना? He is supposed to pay rupees 70,000 to him at 2% discount with the help of Bimal's acceptance and balance in cash. अच्छा, what did Aman say? Aman said that ठीक है, I would like to give my bill to I would like to give my bill to Chirag. कि you make the payment to Chirag, don't pay the amount to me, है ना? So in this case, what will happen, everyone? He was supposed to pay a total amount of 70,000. Okay, he was supposed to pay a total amount of 70,000 to Chirag. So A said कि देखिए, I cannot pay you 70,000 right away. Here is a bill. You get the bill and give me the get rid of this particular payments. Right. So in this case, B is not involved. If I am supposed to pay to anybody, I have got the right to receive money from someone. He is bound to pay me. He should not be worrying ki, Arey Niharika ma'am, you told me I had to pay you, now I have to pay to anybody else. This is not done. He cannot raise this kind of question. I or anybody whom I would say to him, you are supposed to pay to them, the payment has to be made that way. Chirag came to me and said that Niharika ma'am, give me the payment right away. I said I don't have 70K. Can I give you a bill for 60K? Then he'll be like, what about the remaining amount? In this case, everyone, out of 70,000, I have got a discount of 2%. Matlab 1400 rupees is my discount. After discount, I'm supposed to pay 68,600, everyone. है ना? If I'm supposed to pay 68,600, what did I do? Very good, Sidhu sir. You didn't get to the trap. In this case, out of this, 60,000 is settled with the bill. So what is it that I have to pay in cash? 8,600 rupees, everyone. है ना? The questions that I'm dealing with now, these are more or less testing your conceptual area. If you are clear in the concepts now, you can never go wrong. And if you're doing the concepts for the first time and this brings your confidence down, don't let it do it. Learn the particular conceptual idea behind it. ठीक है ना? So that in the examination, the learnings that you are getting right now helps you. Instead of thinking or judging yourself, use this time to understand the topics. ठीक है? It is 8600, everyone. Next point on 13th of July withdraws a bill on Y rupees 25,000 for 30 days. Acha, everyone, July 30th, 13th. The due date for the bill would be what? The due date for this bill would be what, everyone? Go ahead and answer quickly. Lot of questions are to come. Everybody, a bill receivable is issued on 13th of July. If I issue a bill on 13th of July 2020, the bill is exactly for 30 days. So everyone, from 14th, okay, let's look at this. 14 minus 13 days, 31 minus 13 days. Do not include 13th in your calculations. 18 days of July are left. Total days that we need are 30. तो मतलब 12 days of August. ठीक है ना? This makes our complete 30 days. This calculation should be there in your mind, everyone. Total number of days, 30 days. Sorted, everyone? Calculation done. Very good, Haresh sir. Everybody, in this case, next part is add 3 days grace. 12 plus 3 gives you what? 15? Everybody, 15th of August is our public holiday. Nobody is supposed to work on that day. That means if it is a declared holiday, then -1. If it is basically a holiday which is related to the area of which is an emergency holiday, it would go +1. Okay, this is for public holiday, and this is the area for uh, emergency declared holiday. Harish said you corrected that particular point of 15 very good, but the point was there's one slightly last point which is left, which is your emergency holiday and the point of public holiday. Everybody done? Acha, everyone, please keep on sharing the session as well as like the session if it is helping you out. And keep on answering as well. It doesn't matter if you're going right or wrong. What matters is that you are actually participating. Take it. It is 14th of August. Everyone, Satish draws a bill on Ashish for a sum of 10k, payable after 3 months after the date of drawing of the bill. Okay, he is supposed to pay after 3 days. Ashish gives his acceptance. He says, okay, if my brother comes back on due date, Satish claims that the bill has become invalid according to the act. What's the problem, everyone? There's a very major problem. If we talk about bills of exchange, there is a problem in this. Do you know what happens in a bills of exchange? We say that I order you to pay this much amount of money after this much amount of time. For example, I would say I order Mr. X to pay this much amount of money after this much amount of time. This is an unconditional order. There is never a condition from any of the sides. Okay? Either the one who's drawing the bill, that is the drawer, or either who is basically the person against whom the bill is issued, the drawee. So in this case, what's going to be the correct answer, everyone? It should be signed by the maker, it should be unconditional, it should be in writing, or it should contain a certain amount. Correct, Sujit sir? Everybody else? The correct answer is the unconditional part. See, if you're doing it for the first time now, even then there's no problem. The problem will arise when you are not learning something out of it. Okay. Trial balance contains the following information: 15% bank loan, interest paid 40,000, interest oh 15% bank loan, interest paid rupees 40,000, interest paid rupees 4,500. Actually, now this has to be a little different. This question has to be changed a bit. Typing error. 15% interest. 15% bank loan, rupees 40,000. The interest that you have paid is 4,500. Total interest amount is. Everyone, now that makes sense. The loan was for 40,000. The interest paid till now is 4,500. What is the total amount of interest, everyone? Is it 4,500 only, or it is more or less different? It's a very easy question. It's in the presentation itself. The correct answer is basically what? This particular 15% is called the hidden point. There is nothing to do. 15 fours are 60. Your 6,000 rupees is your total interest, out of which 4,500 is paid. That means 1,500 is still pending, or 1,500 is outstanding. Okay? This part is outstanding. So it's a total interest amount is basically on the loan itself. That is 40,000 into 15%. But that's a very good attempt. Okay, that is your 40,000 rupees multiplied by 15% is equal to rupees 6,000. This is your total interest. Very easy question. There is nothing much to do. This can be twisted, and you can be asked what is the portion which is outstanding. Next question, everyone. A new firm commenced the business on 1st of January, purchased goods costing 90,000 during the year. A sum of 6,000 was spent on freight inwards. At the end of the year, the cost of goods still unsold are 15,000. Realizable value 12,000. What is the sales during the year is 12,000, 1,20,000. This is a case study based questions. Okay. This is a case study based question, everyone. In this case, what is the amount of GP earned by the firm? How do we find the GP, everyone? Let's make the trading account. That's how I can do it. There are multiple ways of doing it. It is not compulsory. You have to do it like this only. Ki opening stock plus purchase plus direct expense minus closing stock. It is your call. Okay. In this case, the opening stock is of 90,000. Freight inwards. Inwards matlab the money that you pay, because of what reason, everyone? You are paying this inwards. Matlab you have purchased something, that's why you paid it. It is rupees 6,000. This is your freight inward. Then at the end of the year, the cost of goods still unsold. Everyone under costing, what do they do? Do you remember there is something called AS2, which says the stock is always recorded at cost or the NRV, whichever is less. We record it in this way only. See, if the value of that stock has declined permanently, then there is nothing that I can do about it. है ना? So in this case, first of all, let's write the sales. Sales is by uh, sales is rupees 1,20,000. We didn't make any purchases. Actually, this is purchases only. We purchase it on first only, na. So this is your purchases. Everyone, in this case, in this question itself, we have done two different types of topics: accounting standards as well as your module B financial statements. The correct answer is what? In terms of stock, you should always record it at the closing stock should be recorded at cost or net realizable value. Acha, this is also connected with one more thing. See, I bought this particular stock for 15,000, but the current value, because quality of the things goes down, it is current value is 12,000. You know, the value of that particular things have declined drastically, so it is right now at 12,000 only. So if it is 12k right away, then what's the problem? That means my closing stock is 12,000. I cannot record at 15 because it will never be sold at 15. If the value of if your stock gets devalued in the market, okay, because it becomes obsolete, its value will never increase. So you should record कि देखिए dead loss has happened, accept it. Do you remember the rule of conservatism? That was a convention, na? Convention of conservatism, or when we talk about prudence, it says anticipate the losses but not profits. You can clearly see there's a 3,000 dead loss. Why aren't we recording it? So we should be recording it first. So cost or net realizable value, it goes to 12,000, giving the answer as very good, Sujit sir. Correct, Elamani sir. I hope I am right in the salutation. That's a different name for me. The correct answer is C, that is 36,000. In this particular question, technically we did two different types of MCQs in one form. We did what? We actually did three things. We did AS2, we did trading account, and we also talked about concept of prudence or conservatism. Done? Chaliye, everybody, please share the session, like the session, and subscribe to the channel right away, everyone. Achha, this question is actually a theory question converted into a practical part. Okay. Goods destroyed by fire costing rupees 50,000. Insurance claim, company said ki nahi. Obviously, we never get the entire amount. That's the irony. We never get the entire amount. The adjustment will be entered in. I thought I'll be receiving 50,000. If I sell it, I would have received 50,000 or more rather. But 60% of it is not insurance company advertised 60% claim. They said hardly 60% is correct. Now we will not give the entire claim to you. So that means I'm receiving 30,000 only. So the remaining amount is what? It's gonna be in the trading account or P&L account or balance sheet or in all the areas altogether. It's a dead loss. Dead loss matlab it is related to the area of trading account. Why? In the trading account, your purchases are going to be reduced from the total goods. Okay. In terms of profit and loss account, it is actually loss. This was the loss by fire. Na? So you will write loss by fire. That is rupees 30,000. And in your stock, the closing stock, you reduce it by this amount. So this is related to all the three together. Done? Okay, ji. Another practical. Oh, many practical questions are now clubbed together. What I'll do is, if there would be more practical, na, I'll skip the practical part and do a little more theory so that you get a break from the practical part. Everybody, please keep on liking the session and sharing the session if it is helpful to you. To be very honest there. इसके बाद there would be more of theory questions, everyone. So you are kind of safe from the practical. I know practicals are little painstaking. वैसे for me, practicals have never been something like that. I personally like it, but I know it is difficult for everyone who hasn't done it. I did it since my childhood. Matlab, we started it. I started it in my class plus one. So commerce and this entire period is not new to me. But everybody who's from the different background altogether, it is not easy. Because when I was in plus one, this wasn't easy for me too. Everybody, nobody tried the question yet. Look at this part. Following information is extracted from the trial balance. They are asking you to let them know about the GP. We have just done the format of GP, everyone. Take a moment and solve the question for me. This is your trading account. Sales is given. Your sales is of rupees 1 lakh. Purchases is of 60,000. Wages are of 21,000. Stock is of. Acha, oh. This is an interesting question. It says your closing stock was 3,000 more than your opening stock. If your opening stock is X, your closing stock is X plus 3,000. है ना? And it says 1/3 of the wages was charged to the cost of goods sold in the trading account. Acha, this question is one problem. That is, unfortunately, na, the question is incomplete. The question misses out on the portion of the stock. At least one of the stocks had to be given, or the GP or the sales should be given. ठीक है ना? 1/3 of the wages was charged to the cogs will not help us. So I think I might have to skip the question. If the question would have given the particular closing stock and opening stock, na, then it would have been correct. This was actually a case study format. So skipping out on this question. ठीक है? Everybody, the net profit of your organization is 1,80,000. Your outstanding salary is 10K. Acha, I'm removing that particular question from our PDF. I'll update it right away so that you don't get confused with this question. ठीक है? 1 and 2. Done. Hanji. Outstanding salary, prepaid insurance. They are asking about calculate the profit after adjustments. What are adjustments, everyone? By the end of the particular day, now we are trying to look at what are the things that have happened just before finalization of our books of accounts. Okay, our net profit is rupees 1,80,000. Outstanding salary. Our salary is still outstanding, everyone. If I say my salary is outstanding, that means it's an expense that has to be booked. You know? So this particular expense is going to be reducing my profit, because I'm going to cry in front of income tax department that, sir, pata hai, I haven't paid the salary, but it's an expense that I have to pay, and this belongs to this current year itself. And the next part is prepaid insurance. Prepaid insurance matlab insurance belongs to this year or next year, everyone. It belongs to next year. That means this 13,000 should not be allowed as an expense this year. So this has to be added back. So what's the answer? 1,80,000 minus 10,000 plus 13,000, giving me an amount of 1,83,000. Correct, sir. Very good. I got a correct answer there. Sidhu sir, I hope that particular P&L wala question is clear to you. I just saw your reply right away. Everybody who's in the session, please keep on supporting. Chaliye ji, the correct answer is 1,83,000, everyone. Next question. This is a question on ledger. Everybody, go ahead and answer, please. Now, this is all up to it is all theory part which is starting. A lot of practical questions are already done. So, let me know about the question there. The question says, in terms of the general ledger, contains a control account for all the personal ledgers, profit and loss account, and various assets and liabilities accounts. And then the question says that control account in the general ledger provide a summary of transactions to avoid detailed entries in the subsidiary ledgers. General ledger, this is a part of your second last chapter of your module A. Both A and R are correct. A is true, R is false, or A is false, R is true. Everyone. General ledger contains control account. Does it? And the control account in the general ledger provides the summary of the transactions to avoid detailed entries. Basically, when we talk about the general ledger there, the answer is true, everyone. And this is also the correct explanation. General includes everything, right? So it includes everything. So in that is in this area, A is absolutely correct. Correct, sir. Everyone, here comes a question. The question says, Messrs. Future Limited has invested rupees 10,000 in the Relicam Industries. Current market value is 10,500. Accountant of Future wants to record at 10,500 as the value of investments in the books of accounts. Which accounting convention restricts him from doing so? Asha, everyone, there is something I spent 10,000 rupees on. The market is booming. Sometimes the market is favorable. The market is going up to 10,500. It went up to 10,500, everyone. So in this case, the accountant is getting excited and he's like, "Nahi, nahi, let's record it. We have made a profit of 500 rupees. Did we?" Okay. We live in our, let's take it like I live in my ancestral property. Ancestral property, matlab, it is something that my grandfather made or my great grandfather made. Okay. At that point of time, the property price would have been maybe 25 to 30K. Now the same property which they bought plot, they made their house. At that point of time, it was maybe not even 1 lakh. Currently, the same property would be maybe 3.5 cr or 4 cr. But do I really value that property every day? If I'm not selling it, do I need to revalue? Can I look at my ceiling and say, "Acha, today my house is of 10 lakh. Today my house is up by 20 lakh." Will this do? No. Till the time you don't sell a particular asset, you don't need to revalue until or unless you are changing the books of accounts. Correct. In this case, only one thing stops us, the convention. The convention which stops us is conservatism. What was the rule? The rule says anticipate the losses but not profits. Done? Okay, everyone, moving on to the next question. Which of the following is a deferred revenue expenditure? Deferred revenue expenditure, matlab there is a postponement in terms of the benefits. Everyone, legal expenses, expenses on mega advertisement campaign while launching a new product, legal expense on purchase of land, it's a capital expenditure, keeping it out. This is done. Expenses incurred on installation of a new machine, a capital expenditure, again done. Wages paid for construction of additional room. You are getting additional room in the building. This is going to help you again. This is also done. So what's the answer? Deferred revenue. Deferred matlab postponement. You had some revenue expenditure, but the benefit of the same you're going to reap over the years. Everybody, please keep on sharing the session. And don't forget to like it if it is helping you out. In this case, the correct answer is B, everyone. Okay, expenses on the mega advertisement. See, if I put up a new product which is launched and you show the people that this is a new product, all that part is going on. People have that specific imprint in their minds and then they look for it accordingly. Let me give you an example there. Um, when I was a kid now, our schools got that Born Vita wala cheez. I think this is what we have done in paid classes as well. Anybody who's a part of the paid class there. In terms of Born Vita, okay, I think I had my Born Vita for a good number of years. So in childhood, what happened was when Born Vita introduced, they started going into the schools. They spent a good amount of money, sharing the particular pouches in the classes. So someday I went to my father and said, Papa, I got this particular thing from my school. Let's try this. So ultimately, you go to the directions. What is it? What to do with it? And then slowly and steadily, he realized that she likes this particular flavor in terms of her milk. So let's start giving this to our kid. Surprisingly, I was not the only kid who started having Bonvita on the regular basis. There were so many other kids which were looking forward towards flavored milk, and boom, the organization did an expenditure. Maybe at one point of time it would have been really huge, you know. They started coming on to the advertising, then they were looking forward towards the area of free sample given, but it helped them in reaping the benefit over a lot of years, isn't it? So that is how we define when you're having a mega advertisement campaign, when you're launching a new product which helps you to gain more customers, is to be considered here. Okay. Okay, this the method which I used was called elimination. Look at all the methods and see, nah, this particular answer doesn't seem to be the answer, this particular point doesn't seem to be the answer, so what is left is the answer. Done. Okay, everyone. Next point. The amount of depreciation charged to P&L varies every year. Fixed installment method, annuity method, diminishing balance, or insurance policy. Everyone, under depreciations, the value of your depreciation varies every single year. Whereas in your syllabus, the methods are not given. I think, let me give you the answer. Fixed installment is straight line method. Under straight line method, same installment is depreciation is there. Diminishing balance method is basically when we talk about WDV, written down value, it keeps on going down every single year. Under insurance policy, you get the particular amount to the insurance company, they keep it for you by the end of those 10 years, 11 years, whatever the asset life is, they give you the money so that you can buy another asset. Okay, in this case, if it varies, it is varying in the annuity method. In your syllabus, annuity method is not there, so I think we can officially skip this question. Okay, negative net working capital implies that. Everyone, net working capital. Module C, second last chapter. What do you mean by negative net working capital? Working capital means the money that you need on a daily basis to run your business. है ना? If this money is used to run my business, then what to do with it, everyone? Negative net working capital. The formula for net working capital is CA minus CL. Current assets minus current liabilities. Negative net working capital means when your current liabilities are more than your current assets, everyone. है ना? That is how we define this specific area. So in this case, what's the correct answer? Your short-term funds have been used in your fixed assets. This is where your current, see, if I had to make the current liabilities payment and if I'm not making it in time, then the current liabilities will become soaring high. And to pay them, I have to use my liquid cash. So cash is being used for the payments. In this case, what will happen? I might be in a liquidity crunch situation. So this is where you made the wrong decision. It is to be considered here. Done, everyone? Everybody sorted? In this case, the correct answer is B. है ना? Everybody? Let's move on to the next question. Which of the following is true regarding the prudence principle of accounting? See, I told you there are multiple questions. Easy plus difficult. Everyone? What's going to be the answer? Taking care of future losses, taking care of future profits, taking care of bad debts, or taking care of inventory and depreciation. What's going to be the answer, everyone? What's going to be the answer in this case? Anticipate the losses but not profits. Right? That is taking care of the future losses. Done, everyone? Okay, moving on to the next question. What is the underlying concept that support immediate recognition of estimated loss? That is substance over form, consistency, matching, or prudence. What's going to be the answer, everyone? What is the underlying concept that supports the immediate recognition of an estimated loss? Whenever you see an estimated loss, which particular uh, principle is going to help us? That is prudence again. Listen, I should have basically done is I would have scattered the question so that it was would have been something where two different wordings of the same question could be there. But chalo, learned a lesson there. Everyone, next question. What which is not a limitation of budgetary control? Actually, this is module D. Somehow I added it up and realized it a little late. I have added a question of budgetary control. वैसे budgetary control portion would be taken up by Aarti ma'am. Everybody, please don't lose your energy there. You are the source of energy for me right now. Trust me when I say there are sleepless nights. Yesterday was definitely one of them. Making content and everything for you takes a lot of time, and to make sure that you get the maximum information is another level of effort. And little recognition from your side definitely makes it like, okay, I think I can do better than this. So I'll try to put up more questions, more information for all of you. Everyone, which is not a limitation of budgetary control, but the budgetary control puts a pressure on the organization even. Why? Because everyone remember 10,000 means 10,000, no, not more than 10,000. Why is this expense going like this? Questions, forecasting can go wrong, anything can happen. So first of all, let's look at limitation. Budgets are based on forecast which may not be true. Agreed. At this point of time I might say कि पता है, I think the price of any particular commodity is gonna go down. For example, let's talk about gold कि once the Diwali is over, I think the price of gold will go down. Why? Because Dhanteras and everything is happening, demand supply scenario that would be there. Rina ma'am, thank you so much for being responsive as well. I think that is one of the reasons that I am definitely more energetic at the moment. Ki chaliye, let's do more questions. Installation and operation of system of budgetary control is costly. Installation expenses are costly. Um, Budgetary control is costly. Why? Because putting all that particular registration, the registers for the same, you need people who will be taking care of tapping it. And pata hai, at the same time, cameras would be installed. So many things would happen. Na? This would be costly. Budget is a tool of management, not a substitute of management. Again, it is true. You cannot rely on budget altogether. You cannot be blinded by management. Then the next part is budget do not pinpoint the lack of efficiency or the presence of it. Everybody, what's going to be the answer in this case? Budgets do not pinpoint the lack of efficiency. In this case, what do they say? Budgets basically one of the limit, which is not a limitation. The point is budgetary control is basically is a technique that leads to comparative analysis. This is basically you're comparing the previous year with the current year, that pata hai this year the budget has gone up. So hence budgetary control actually pinpoints the lack of efficiency. So this part is the only part which is actually correct. Done. Chaliye, next question everyone. This is related to the Accounting Standards Board, the board which is responsible for making of the accounting standards. ICAI is the body. वैसे तो now ASB is gone and NFRA, National Financial Reporting Authority, is there. But in our book, they still give importance to the ASB, which is basically a historical organization for now. So let's look forward to the question. Which of the following statements about the Accounting Standards Board is correct? ASB has the authority to enforce compliance with the accounting standards. ASB is responsible for conducting financial audits. ASB formulates accounting standards based on input or from the industry and government representatives. ASB can directly issue accounting standards without public consultation. Everyone, what's the point? Accounting standard boards actually works under ICI, matlab they are in collaboration with ICI, which ICI provides them the insights whenever accounting standards are required. And then what they do is then they prepare the accounting standards, and ultimately those accounting standards are released. So in this case, the point is ASB formulates the accounting standards based upon the input the industry is giving them and government representatives. Correct, Devansh sir? Next question, everyone. Again, a question of ICI. Which of the following is a direct consequence of not following the mandatory accounting standard as per ICI guidelines? If you do not follow the accounting standards, what will happen? You won't be put behind the jail for sure. The company will receive tax benefits. No. If you're not following the rules, you cannot be rewarded for that. है ना? The auditor will give us deemed unqualified. Why? You are making a particular mistake and you should not be you should not be just getting rid of it altogether. This is, you cannot have that unqualified wali report. Auditors will have to qualify their audit uh, reports citing non-compliance. And the last part is your the accounting standard will be automatically revised. You will not change your law because people aren't following it. You will make sure that people will follow it. That's the rule for the government now. They will not change because people are changing. They will make the people change. So the answer is C. The auditor will be definitely someone who will be looking forward to. Done? Okay, everyone, go through this question. Just give me a moment. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Thank you so much for waiting, everyone. Apologies. Okay. When stock is valued at cost in one accounting period and lower of cost or NRV in another accounting period. Oh, everyone, we are violating the rule of AS2, cost or NRV, whichever is less. Then prudence principle conflicts with consistency, matching with consistency, consistency with accounting period, or none of the above. Everyone, in this case, the problem is that we are not following number one, consistency principle. And consistency principle is not there along with prudence, because these are the only 2 points which are covered there. Prudence versus consistency. Apologies, everyone. I have a little infant with me. My baby is quite small, so was just there to see her once. Okay, next question. A company issued 4,000 equity shares of rupees 50 each at par as payable. Application 20%, allotment 40%, first call 10%. On the final call, we have balance on final call. How does it work, everyone? 50 rupees at par. 20% matlab 5 twos are 10 rupees is your application. 40%. 5 fours are 20. 20 rupees is your allotment. Then comes, this is your first 40% and 60%. Both are done. First call is 10%. That means 5 rupees. 35 rupees is done. And the last is your remaining amount. 35 is done. So I think we are left with last 15 rupees. This is your first call. What it is 50 ka 20%, 40%, 10% and the balance. 50, 60, 70, 30% is left here. है ना? This is your final call. Okay. They say that applications were received for 10,000 shares. Acha, this is a pro rata, everyone. 10,000 people applied, but we can give only 4,000 shares. है ना? And allotment was made on pro rata. How much cash, how much amount will be received in cash on allotment? Acha, first of all, find what is the excess amount, everyone. In this question, find the excess amount. How do we find the excess amount? That is 10,000 to 4,000. 6,000 shares are excess. 6,000 multiplied by what amount? 6,000 multiplied by our application was 10. Okay? The excess money that you received was 60,000. The excess money that you have received, your excess shares were 6,000. Your excess money is 60,000. That is 60,000 which is determined. What next do we do, everyone? What next do we do? After this, what do we have is how much will be received in cash on allotment. Okay. What is the amount for allotment? The allotment is 4,000 rupees into 20. We'll be asking people ki, sir, you are supposed to pay 20 rupees. Everyone, if the number of shares people have taken is 4,000, then we cannot ask for any more money. If number of people, acha everyone, how do we define this point? I have 10 bottles of water. You ask me for 30. I can give you only 10. And I can ask you to pay for only 10. That means this 4,000 is your 10 bottles in this case. That means 4,000 multiplied by 20. 80,000 rupees is something you will ask people on the second installment. In the first installment, they paid huge amount, 60k, which was excess. And in the second installment, they are supposed to pay 80k. Acha everyone, I go to a grocery store where I buy things on a regular basis. What would I do? I'll ask them, ki, sir, this is the money for the particular grocery that I've bought. He'll say, okay, ma'am, you are giving me extra money. I'll say, ठीक है ना sir. The next time I'll come, adjust it in that particular amount, है ना? If I go to a grocery store on a daily basis, then I don't really ask them कि दे दो नहीं. You give me the balance right away. Especially when it even into the milk supplies, we don't do this. Why? Because the money would be adjusted in the next particular cycle. If the particular person has given excess money in application, still allotment, first call, final call, three more calls are left. We shouldn't be responding them by giving their money back. Rather, if we can adjust, let's adjust their 60,000 here. In this case, the pending amount which people are supposed to pay is only 20k, and we will tell them, sir, the excess money that you gave was 60k. Out of this 60k, 20 your out of the 60k, 80,000 was supposed to be paid for second call. Then 20,000 is what you need to pay. Very good, Vidul sir. This is shares, company accounts. Next question, everyone. Which of the following circumstances would not necessitate the postponement of revenue recognition as per AS9? Everyone, AS9 is here. How do we define the AS9 in this case? There's an uncertainty regarding the collection of payment, goods sold with the guarantee that allows a return, normal risk of customer default, completion of significant performance obligation is pending. Everyone, which of the following circumstances would not necessitate the postponement? Revenue recognition is when to recognize the revenue. At what point of time we should be recognizing the revenue, everyone? We should recognize the revenue when we see a certainty to it. You know, whenever we'll see it is certain that we are going to receive the money, then we'll record it. So at what point of time it is not necessary to record it? That is when there is a normal risk of customer default. If this customer is already a defaulter and I record it right away, then it would go wrong, because maybe this person will pay, maybe this person will not pay. So recording it beforehand can cause a misleading impact on my books of accounts. ठीक है ना? Okay. Next question, everyone. This is from your module C. If rupees 10,000 is invested at an annual interest rate of 8%. अच्छा. Compounded semi-annually. मतलब your principal 1 plus rate raised to power n. This is your amount, and they want the amount after 2 years. Okay, so in this case I am putting 10,000 here. This is 1 plus the rate is 8% compounded semi annually, everyone. This is annual interest rate is 8% now, so you have to do half of it. Whatever your rate is, half of it is 4%, because the point is this is 8% for the entire year, 4% is for half a year. And if it is 2 years compounding semi annually, matlab every year we'll be compounding it twice. So this is going to be 10,000, then 1 plus 4% raised to power 4. है ना? Now try the question, everyone. Everybody please keep sharing the session and like the session and subscribe to the channel right away, please. Alina ma'am, B. Acha, let's try the question. I hope everybody is already, I would say, recognize, or I would say, what should I say, you already know about the how to work on calculators, because that's one particular thing you should be doing from since I belong to the area of commerce itself now. Hardcore, this is the entire life that we do. So calculator is one part which is my buddy. It is always on the table, it is always on my desk, it is rather it is always in my study area, everywhere. I have multiple calculators because of this reason. So when we talk about the calculator, I hope you already know about this. Okay, how to use a calculator and how to find the four times of anything. You don't really have to calculate it by writing the particular term time and again. Let me show you what to do in this case, everyone. This is your 1 plus 4, and here goes the percentage. You are at 1.04 right now. If the percentage is 1.04, then multiply 4 times. Na? So in this case, click on equal to just once. And your power is 4, then 1 less than the power should be the times you click on equal to. This is the square, this is the cube, and this is 4 times. You don't really have to work harder. This is multiplied by 10,000. See, I didn't even calculate the question by putting the particular calculator down. ठीक है ना? Done, everyone? The value that I am doing and the value I can see here is slightly different, probably because of the approximations. You know, the value that I am getting is 11698. So I'm changing the first point there as per my approximate answer. ठीक है? Done, everyone? Got the idea? Don't worry, this particular solution is also going to be with you. The answer is 11698. My answer came out to be 11698. So that's why I'm writing that part, editing it in the particular PDF even. After the completion of the session, always go, I will be putting it a little later, but you can find the particular PDF of this session as well. So you won't have a problem, keep what are the answers, how to deal with it, that part na. Acha, everyone, you are required to calculate NPV for a project X, initially 4 lakh rupees. Your initial investment is of rupees 4 lakhs, everyone. Your inflows are 1, 2, 3, 4. What are the inflows? You received 1 lakh in the first year, 90,000 in the second year, 80,000 in the third year, 70,000 in the fourth year, and fifth year we received 60,000. ठीक है ना? But you have to find the PV factor for 12%. है ना? Because in this case the NPV method uses PV factor. I think let's keep the ticker off, and I'm also going so that you can see the point. Everyone, solving the question for you. This is from the module C, and pata hai module C is a super important area. Everybody, now how do we calculate this part? Acha, how do we calculate that PV 12%? Everyone pick up your calculators. I think I'll be having another of this particular session. We are again meeting on, just a moment, let me tell you about the dates that I'll be with you. After this, today I am with you. After this, I'll be meeting you for the PYQ session that I'll be taking on. PYQ session is on Thursday. 24th, I'll be with you tomorrow in the evening at 8 p.m. Okay? And then 25th, I won't be meeting you. On 26th, Aarti ma'am would be there. Or yes, on 26th, everyone, I'll be meeting you again for the Maha revision. Maha revision at 6 a.m. in the morning. At that point of time, once the session starts, keep your calculators with you. ठीक है ना? So that you can do the questions with me. Because ultimately, I want you to learn how to use the calculator even if you haven't done it yet. Okay, this is your calculator, everyone. I'm looking for 12%. It is 1 plus 12 and percent. That gives me 1.12. So divide it, everyone. 1 divided by 1.12, giving me the first value is 0.892. Okay, writing it here itself. It is 0.892. Once you have got the 0.892, then click on equal to again. Pick it up, click on equal to again. This is for the second year. 0.797. I did nothing else. 1 divided by 1.12 and just clicking on equal to every single year. Second year is 0.797. You can take up any calculator. There is no point of getting a specific brand or something. 711. But you should always buy an original one. That is what I can suggest you. 635. And the last one is 0.567. Done, everyone? Now all you need to do is multiply. This will come out to be 89,200. है ना? Let's discuss this. 1 lakh multiplied by 0.892. First year is 89,200. Second year is 90,000 multiplied by 0.797. That gives me 71730. Everyone, have patience while doing this part and try the question, because when you try these, then you can definitely score more in the examination. This particular question can be converted into a case study even, having 2-3 questions together. So you can expect this to be done in a question format for more than 4 marks. And the last one is 60,000 multiplied by 0.567, giving me an answer of 34,020. Oh, okay. I'm looking for NPV now. Everyone, my total here came out to be my total of PVs. Total PVs is 2,96,280. Acha, initial cost was 4 lakh. Arey, nahi, this is definitely going wrong then. Let's change the this part. Everyone, I'm changing the question because there is some mistake, I believe, while creating the question. It should not be 4 lakh here. Let's take it at 2 lakh. Okay? That means my initial inflows that I'm getting is 2,96,000, while 2 lakh was my initial investment. I'll be getting 2,96,000, and in this case, what is the amount that I have spent? That is 2 lakh. That means 96,280 is my NPV. If I am getting this much amount, that is good or bad? I believe that is good enough. The basic purpose of doing this question is just to let you know how to do these questions. Okay? The answer is what? 96,280. Correcting it in the particular area itself. It is B. Okay? The methodology of doing this question. See, this is what I was telling you. You might go wrong, but how do you take it is the most important area. I'd been doing this for years, okay? But then sometimes when you're making a question, things can happen. But when you are solving the question, you have to keep your mind calm. You can go wrong too. Why can't you can't go? Why is it that you cannot go wrong? You can go wrong too. But when you're dealing with the questions, when you're learning something new, open yourself to it. Ki, theek hai, I'll try it. Because I've seen many bankers skipping major part of this particular topic altogether. Ki nahi, I don't want to do the theoretical part. I don't want to do the practical part. So I just want to skip it altogether. That is dangerous. है ना? Okay. The answer was 96,280. Done. Chaliye ji. Let's move on to the next question. Thank you for the cooperation, everyone. Acha, here comes the next question. A bill due on 12th of June, everyone, and made payable after 2 months. It is to be paid after 2 months. What is the due date? This is not actually a practical question. This is a fun theory. You started your working on 12th of June. Okay, okay, 12th of June. This is not in terms of days, everyone. This is in terms of months. From June, the month, next month is July, next month is August. That means my due date was 12th of August 2021. But then, if it is 12th of August 2021, add 3 days grace. We would reach at 15th August. But can we draw a bill on 15th of August, everyone? We cannot. So what will we do? We will go to minus 1 day. Similar to the previous question, but the good part is in one case we did the portion of days, in the other case we did the portion of months. Everybody who has recently joined the session and this session is helpful for you, please like the session, everyone. Everybody please keep on sharing the session. Next point. There's a bond whose par value is rupees 5,000, bears a coupon rate of 15%, contains a maturity of 3 years. Acha, I think we have done a lot of practical questions right now. So I'll keep this particular question, but I'll discuss this question, but not right now. You know, let's give you a break from the practical area. I'm going to mark it up. We'll discuss this question, but later. Too much practical can definitely be mind blocking. So I'm marking it that I remember that we are not done with this question. Okay? Acha, let's move on to a simple practical question. The cash book of a business shows a balance of 18,000 and while the bank statement shows 18,000. Everyone, problem is bank reconciliation statement. I thought I'm going to receive 18,000, but the bank statement shows nahi. Cash book says I am at 18, passbook says nahi, I am at 15. ठीक है. Upon reconciliation the following items were noted. Outstanding checks. Outstanding checks मतलब I thought I have outstanding checks is basically when we talk about this area, outstanding is I have given people this check but the people haven't taken out the check yet. So in this case what will happen? ठीक है. Let's start with the particular area of cash book. I have got 15,000, everyone. No, let's take 18,000. I like to go from cash book to passbook. That's easier. Think like a banker. Okay, I started with cash book. What happened is I started with cash book. Outstanding checks matlab I issued a check in the name of Mr. X. He didn't turn up. I thought, array, I've lost money, I've lost money. Bank will say, kaha, the person didn't turn up yet. So what will I do? I will add. So here it is plus 3,500. Then deposits in transit. I thought I have received then I thought I've received 1,200. I'm really happy कि पता है I'll be receiving 1,200 in any case. Then what would be the point? अच्छा, we need the adjusted bank statement. Let's make the question different. ठीक है, this can be a little troublesome there. So I'm gonna ask you the question in a different way. Leaving the bank statement wala part altogether, the cash book of the shows this balance, and upon the reconciliation find the value of your passbook balance. Changing the question. ठीक है? Then let's do the question freely. Now the point is, because in the examination normally these kind of questions come. Deposits in transit. I thought, but I have received 1200. I have received 1200. Passbook is telling me the truth that nahi ma'am, this money is not yet cleared in your account. So what will I do? Whatever passbook is doing, I'll do the same thing. Everyone, when you have to clear up a fight, you will chase the other party blindly. Ki whatever they are doing, I will do the same thing. So cashbook to reach out to passbook will do all the things which the cashbook is doing. ठीक है ना? In this case, what will happen? So in this case, the amount should be like minus 1200. A payment made by the bank directly into the cash book was not recorded. Passbook said I have got 800. The day I will come to know about it, what should I do, everyone? The day I will come to know about it, I should also be up by this amount, that is plus 800. Don't worry everyone, I'll change the particular question. The basic concern in this class is not about being correct in the questions or looking forward to it. I want you to know maximum variety of questions. ठीक है ना? And knowing the concept is more important. Minus 1200 plus 800, that gives me 21,100. So changing the particular portion altogether. Matlab I want that you should get the question which is more realistic in your examination. In the BRS, they normally give this kind of question. So I'm putting it up as per that particular area itself. It is 21,100. Done everyone? Chaliye everyone. Moving on to the next question. I've corrected the question. Oh, more questions of practical on the way. Chalo, what I'll do is I'll shuffle a few questions now. A firm's credit revenue is 3,60,000. The organization has earned 3,60,000 from the credit sales. Fine. Then their cash sales was 70,000. So cash plus credit will give you the total sales. है ना? 3,60,000 plus 70,000 gives you what? 4,30,000 is your total sales, everyone. The cost of revenue, your COGS is what? The COGS is of rupees 3,61,200. So, everyone, what is your profit overall? Everyone, find your GP. What's your GP in this case, everyone? In this case, your COGS comes out to be 3,61,000, giving me an amount of sales minus the cost of goods sold, giving me an amount of 68,800 as your GP. Divide the GP by your sales of 4,30,000 and then multiply it by 100, giving you the percentage of profit. Done everyone? Chaliye. Now moving on to the next question. This is 16%. Everyone, Sincere Limited has a proprietary ratio of 25%. To maintain this ratio at 30%, management may. What is proprietary ratio? Proprietary ratio is basically the ratio which talks about your equity divided by your total assets or total liabilities. Out of the total, what part is your equity? Then It is to increase the equity, है ना. They want to increase the 25% to 30%. Proprietary ratio symbolizes that the share of equity shareholder should increase. If you're talking about increasing the portion of equity shareholder, it should be increase equity, reduce debt, either increase equity or reduce debt, or increase the current assets. When we talk about the portion of equity, na, equity is the owner's price, owner's area. So that means either you increase the owner area or you reduce debt. In both the cases, the portion of equity or the control of equity shareholder will increase. है ना? Done, everyone? Let's move on to the next question then. Let me bring out a few theory questions. There are too many practical questions after this. You will get tired of this. Matlab, normally I prefer that after a few practical questions, one should go through theory. है ना? So let me add a few theory questions for you after the practical portion so that you get a break from the theory there. Everybody, here comes the theoretical questions. Easy, a little breather for you because it's just hardly 2 hours right now and we are still left with a lot of questions, and I'll be coming up with lot of questions further as well. In the Maha revision even I'll be coming up with a lot of questions, so just be there with me, be present in the class there. I think that's the only thing I would request you, and by being present is basically being mentally present. Okay, so that means when you try the questions and all, then it is gonna work out. I know many of you would be rushing towards going to the office right now, but please keep on answering everyone and at least be there in the session. है ना? And if the session is helpful, then please like it. Everybody, here comes the next question. A company has an increase in its working capital during the year. How will this affect cash flow from operating activities? Everybody, when we talk about the working capital, okay, the company says their working capital requirement is increasing. Matlab, normally what happens is your current assets will increase, then your working capital will also increase. The money that you need on a daily basis. How will this affect cash flow from operating activities? Operating activities is basically the activities which you do to run your business on a daily basis. What will be affecting it? Increase cash flow, decrease cash flow, no effect, or increase outflow. Inflow and outflow, there are 2 points now. In terms of operating activities, this will decrease your cash flow. Why? Because your current assets are being used a lot to pay off your current liabilities. That means you are not having enough money in your pocket. ठीक है ना? That is how the area of this particular uh, discount, or sorry, this particular operating activities can be known to us. Done, everyone? Here comes the next portion. See, this is the reason I told you that if you understand accounting from the practical point of view, then there is no need to do any rectification or gramification. All you need to do is understand the accounting from practical world. Then these questions are easy peasy. Okay. Next question is cash inflows from repayment of loan made to other parties, not by financial institutions, are classified as. Okay, I made some repayment of loans and I'm not a financial institution. What's the difference between the two? If I am a bank, na, making payment in terms of loans and receiving money, this is my day-to-day activity. This is not something which I do on a rarest of rare basis. This is my day-to-day wala work, huh? है ना? So how do we deal with it, everyone? Since this is very normal for me, then what will happen? Then the simple thing that can happen is if the business, we are repaying the loan right now, है ना? Cash inflows from operating activities, cash inflows from the repayment. Acha, everyone, people are repaying us money. That means I would have given loan to someone, है ना? That means अपने पास बहुत पैसा है. I've got a lot of money that I can lend other people money and get interest from them, isn't it? That is what this question is telling us about. That means what have I done, everyone? Probably I have made an investment. I gave someone a long term loan, and from that long term loan, we kind of made good money. है ना? So that is what we'll talk about. Okay? So in this case, what's going to be the answer, everyone? In this case, the answer would be this is an investing activity. Okay? This is an investing activity. Why investing, everyone? Because when we talk about investing activity, this is an activity where what we are doing is we are currently just looking at the books of accounts from the point of view of an organization which has got a lot of money and it lends it to other people. That is investing activities. Moving on to the next question. The answer is B. Okay? If it is something, if you are an organization which does this work on a daily basis, you give money to other people and lend them and you earn from that, then it's your operating activities. Everyone, when you receive, always remember, when you receive loans, not repayment, when you receive loans or you get loans or you issue equity shares or you issue debentures or you issue preference shares, they are all covered under what? These are all covered under financing activity. Okay? These are financing activities. Done, everyone? Chaliye. Now moving on to the next point, everyone. As promised, a few theory questions so that it can actually boost you up a bit because बहुत सारे theory practical questions are done right now. So giving you a breather from the practical ones. Okay? Whenever I'll see a little practical, I'll put it in the end. If possible, we'll be discussing it today itself. And if we are not able to discuss within our given period of time, don't worry. What I'll do is we have our Maha revision class that would be on 26th, okay, at 6 a.m. in the morning. So on that particular day, I'll discuss those questions with you. Okay, na? Acha, everyone, this is from the banking company's financial statement of a banking company. Which of the following is not correctly classified under Schedule 12 of the contingent liabilities of a bank? What do you mean by contingent liabilities, everyone? The liabilities which are contingent in nature. Matlab, we do not have a certainty that yes, we have to make the payment. Okay? That is how we define this specific area altogether. Contingency means the amounts which we are not certain about. Okay? That is why we call it contingent liabilities. Everyone, among the following, which is correct and which is wrong? Claims against the bank not acknowledged as debt. This has uncertainty. This is correct. Liability for fully paid investments. This is again something which I can say fully paid investments. Why is it here, everyone? This is a question mark. Fully paid investment is not contingent. We have already paid. How is there is a contingency ke pata nahi whether I have to pay the money or not? Liabilities on account of outstanding forward exchange. We have to do this particular part later. है ना? Forward matlab that particular account is not settled yet. It will be settled in future. Guarantees given on behalf of constituents. You have given guarantees for someone else and then that particular person is not making the payments and this is creating a panga for you. You know, it's causing a problem for you. That is to be covered in this area, everyone. Everybody, please be a little enthusiastic. I think I will lose that particular uh, energy if you are not responding to me. If you are still there in this session, please keep on replying and let me know if I am going correct. Acha, what do you want to do more? Everyone, let's be a little more interactive there. What do you want to do? A little more theory? Shall I continue or shall I take the practical part as well now? Done with the breather or continue with theory? Everybody, I can see good number of people in the class. What you can do is please write in the particular comment section theory or practical. The questions aren't ending for a good number of hours, I believe. But for that, since after my session, Aarti ma'am would be joining in, okay? So all I want is your cooperation. Let me know theory or practical. Okay, what's gonna be the answer, everyone? In this case, the correct answer is liability for fully paid, as I told you. Sujit sir, practical. Rajendra sir, Nilamani sir, Alina ma'am. Everybody, please keep on replying. Let me know. Theory, practical. Acha, everybody comfortable with practical? Okay, Nazeen ma'am, theory. Everybody else? Let me know what do you want to do exactly. Then whatever particular thing would be more na, I'll choose that one. See, I've got a lot of questions. There are endless questions, trust me on that note. I still have got a lot of questions. I thought we could do more. So that's why I made a lot of questions. So when we talk about the number of questions, I don't have a problem there. So if you want to go for theory more, I can go for theory, prioritize the theoretical part, and then practical can we do a little later because we are already done with a lot of practical questions. But if you want to go for practical, then please let me know. Acha, what is the main difference between asset-backed securities and covered bonds? A practical, sorry, theory question. Asset-backed securities, matlab pata hai, I am new to the market. I said I need a loan. People are like that, Niharika ma'am, who are you? I'll be like, Arey, I have this much amount of money. They'll be like, nahi, nahi. Give us some kind of asset as a security. That is called asset-backed securities. Then what are covered bonds? Let's look at the question further. Asset-backed securities have lower risk compared to covered bonds. Why? See, asset-backed securities, securities which are having this, na, and bonds are what? Bonds are basically the loans which we have taken. Ki Bhagwan, if I won't be able to pay you, na, trust me on this note, you sell that asset and then you can recover it. है ना? The underlying assets of asset-backed securities remain on the issuer's balance sheet. Obviously, if you issued it, this is a part of your asset, na? While the covered bonds, they do not. Okay. The underlying asset for the covered bonds remain on the issuer's balance sheet. Again, if I talk about covered bonds, matlab, sir, if I cannot give you money na, then take away that asset. This is stronger in terms of bond than asset-backed securities because you are just asset-backed securities. Matlab, in the securities to give stability, you are telling people कि देखिए this particular asset is with you. Matlab, if I'm not able to pay you, just take care of that asset. Asset-backed just says it softly. Covered bond says, trust me on this note, if I cannot pay you, take away that asset. You should be owning that asset, na? Only then you can tell the other person with that much tone ki theek hai, if I won't be able to pay you, na, take away that asset. For that, you need to have more authority over that asset. That's why it should be there in your balance sheet. In terms of asset-backed securities, you really don't need to do that. Then covered bonds are riskier asset-backed securities. नहीं नहीं, covered bonds are safer. कि ठीक है ना, if the person doesn't pay na, it doesn't matter. What will we do? We will recover the funds. So in this case, the answer is C, everyone. ठीक है? Everybody, please keep on replying. And if you're there in the session and you like it, please click on the like button. Next point. Cash flows exclude movements between items that constitute cash or cash equivalents. Does this happen, everyone? Movements, this is the assertion, and reasoning is movement between cash or cash equivalents are considered part of cash management rather than operating, investing, and financing. Movement between cash and cash equivalents. Everyone, when we talk about cash and cash equivalents, that's the thing that we are analyzing. Operating, investing, and financing is a movement of cash among the various activities. So technically we are looking at all the activities. We don't follow cash. We follow the activities. From which activity we earn more cash and cash equivalents, from which activity we earn less. If I convert my cash into bank balance into cash balance, this will not make a big difference. है ना? So in this case, movement between cash and cash equivalents is a part of cash management. How? But the manager will say, Niharika ma'am, how much cash do we have? I said, sir, in liquid cash we have this much amount. Why are we having this much amount in cash? Why don't you go to and put it in the bank? I'll be like, okay, let's put it in the bank. That is a part of cash management. So in this case, what's the correct answer, everyone? What's gonna be the correct answer? But currently I'm on a 50-50%. मतलब two people saying practical, two people saying theory. Everybody else, there are so many people in the session. ठीक है? So in this case, the correct answer is A. Both are correct. You are talking about how do you earn cash and how do you lose cash. It's not about cash being converted into bank balance or bank balance into cash. You are moving your money from one pocket to another pocket. It will not make a big difference. है ना? The total assets are of 22 lakh, fixed assets are of 10 lakh, capital employed is 20 lakh. There were no long term investments. Calculate the current assets, everyone. Everybody, simple question. Total assets are given and fixed assets are given. Acha, this is very easy, pata hai? Total assets is of 22 lakh. Total assets includes long term as well as short term. है ना? The long term investments are of 10 lakh. So the remaining is from your total, remove your long term. What is left is short term. That is 12 lakh, everyone. Chotu sa, easy sa question. But the question is written in a twisted manner. है ना? Done, everybody? The answer is current assets are of 12 lakh. Next question, everyone. The total assets are of 22 lakh. Fixed assets are of 10 lakh. Capital employed is 20 lakh. And there were no long-term investments. What is your current liabilities, everyone, in the same case? How do you calculate the current liabilities? Current liabilities are basically the term capital employed. Do you know what is capital employed? The money which is employed in the business for a long term. Okay, that means out of the total amount of, this is 20 lakh. Your total assets is equal to total liabilities. The total amount that you have invested in the business is 22 lakh, out of which 20 lakh is your amount which you have already in terms of long term. So what's short term, everyone? That is 2 lakh rupees. This is your current liabilities. Current assets are of 12 lakh. Can I calculate my current ratio through this, everyone? Simple. Current ratio is CA divided by CL, giving me an amount of what? Just a moment, please. Everybody, CA divided by CL. In this case, what's going to be the answer? That is 12 lakh divided by 2 lakh, giving me a value of 6:1. Okay, this is a question. Which of the following is an example of cash inflow from operating activities? What's going to be the answer, everyone? Ji everyone. When we talk about cash inflow from operating activities, what is the amount? Cash payments to suppliers for goods and services, cash receipts from sale of goods, cash payment for the purchase of equipment, cash payment of dividend. Everybody, what's going to be the answer? Which of the following is an example of cash inflow? Cash inflow matlab I am receiving money. Cash inflow is related to the area of receiving money, everyone. When we talk about the cash inflow from operating activities, this is my daily business. That means I am dealing with goods. I am dealing with goods there. I am selling goods and buying goods. That is why we are having selling goods, then we receive money. So it is cash inflow. Okay? The correct answer is the cash receipts is from the sale of goods, operating activity. What you do in terms of your business on a daily basis is your operating activity, everyone. Okay? You operate your business. Oh. Done, everyone? We discussed a specific question in certain way कि if they give you a particular question on the specific area itself. ठीक है? चलिए जी. Now moving on to the next point. Another question on cash flows. Cash flow in the foreign currency must be recorded using exchange rate at the date of cash flow. Does it work that way? Forex on 31st of March is normally noted because it is important. Now, we do not record all the fluctuations. The method ensures that forex cash flows are consistent with Ind AS 21 and accurately reflect exchange rate fluctuations. Exchange rate fluctuations can be noted from the opening and closing value. We should not be recording the entire year of fluctuations because that is going to be crazy level of work for the accountant who is actually keeping an account of that. है ना? Everyone, please share the session. Please like the session and subscribe to the channel. Everyone, what's the answer in this case? The correct answer is both the assertion and the reasoning are true. Reasoning is correct and the explanation is also that is absolutely correct because fluctuations cannot be recorded that way. Everyone, the total assets are rupees 22 lakh, fixed assets are of 10 lakh, capital employed 20 lakh. There were no long term investments. What is the current ratio, everyone? This is a practical question. They are asking about what is your current ratio. Acha, this is the question that we have already done with 6 is to 1. Okay? Since I shuffled the questions for you now, the question went down a bit. This was actually a case study. So, this is a part of the portion that we just discussed. ये किसका था? Everybody done with this part? Now let's move on to the next point. Achha, this is a question from our IIBF book. This is a very long practical question, a very interesting one, an important one even. But I want to keep it for another time because we have done a lot of practical questions just now. So I don't want you to go through that particular level कि बहुत सारे questions हो गए. So just keeping it. Don't worry, I'm marking it up. All the questions which I've prepared and I haven't done yet. ठीक है ना? So I'll be keeping it for the time being and I'll be discussing them in the in this session itself a little later or maybe in the upcoming session as well because this is not the end. I'll be with you throughout this particular week. So we are getting multiple chances of dealing with it. After this, I've got questions on bond valuation as well. So I'm skipping that part for the moment and moving on to the next part, which is related to the area of what? It is related to the area of YTM. What is YTM, everyone? Any ideas about what is YTM? YTM means yield to maturity. Yield to maturity matlab if I invest in some bonds, what will happen, everyone? If I put money in some bonds, one of the basic things that will happen is, in terms of those bonds, the yield is something that every investor looks forward to. If I put money into something, of course, the very first thing that I'm looking forward to is the returns of it. You know, if I do not get good returns, then what's the fun of earning that money? So, in this case, what do they want to do? Simple. We are looking forward towards which of the following statements is false related to the relationship of bond prices and YTM. An important area, everyone. This is actually very important. A bond price is inversely related to yield to maturity. For a given difference between YTM and coupon rate, the shorter the bond's maturity is, greater is the price change of YTM. When the required rate of return is greater than the coupon rate, the bond is priced at discount. For equal sized decreases in YTM, the price decrease from YTM increase in smaller than the price increase in the YTM. Everyone, there's one particular point you should know, that if we talk about the returns, if your return falls, matlab basically na, what happens is your YTM and your coupon rate. YTM is what you want and coupon rate is what the company is giving you. ठीक है ना? If what the company is giving you is more than what you want, at this point of time, your bond will go at a premium, because people will be like, "Arey, we are getting good amount of money." Opposite will happen when your YTM is what? In this case, what you want more, and the company is not giving you that much. The value will fall. You will be at a price which is less than the face value even, because people would be like, "Arey, this particular organization is not giving us." So yes, the bond price is inversely related to the area of yield to maturity. Yes, that's true. The longer the life of that bond is, better it is. Okay, na? You'll get money for a longer period. Then comes when the required rate of return is greater than the coupon rate, the bond is on a discount. When your required rate is greater than your coupon rate, this is your discount. This is also true. For equal sized increases and decreases in YTM, if your requirement increases or decreases, the price decrease from YTM increase is smaller. Everyone, normally the fluctuation of YTM, what you want, is not that much that can affect the price more. Technically telling you, this part is also correct. There is only one part which is wrong. That is this. B is the only one which is wrong, because of a reason that the correct relationship is that longer the bond maturity, if your bond takes a lot of time to get mature, the greater would be the YTM, because it has given a lot of time now कि जहाँ पर it can play. If you take a lot of time, then obviously you have a big area to play with the pricing of something, isn't it? So you've got a long maturity bonds for more sensitive to interest rate. है ना? Everyone, which of the following is not eligible for to invest in commercial papers? Everyone, residents and non-residents as per FEMA, entities investing in CP issued by related parties, derivatives chapter, everyone, in the primary market, non-residents to the extent permitted under the forex, then all eligible investors, those investing in related party CPs, are converted to the area of secondary market. Everybody, everyone, please like the session and share the session. What's going to be the answer? Which of the following is not eligible? Commercial papers is for everyone. See, the commercial papers are, uh, when we talk about the people who want to invest, can be anybody, but entities investing CPs issued by related parties cannot be done because it is not a part of your related parties. Who are related parties for a company? Basically, where the key managerial personnel, directors are involved, the directors and their family members are involved, that is to be considered as related party. So there should not be a connection like this. Okay? No entity can invest in CPs issued by related parties, either in the primary or in the secondary market. Everyone, next question. This is working capital management. In factoring arrangement, if a factor purchases receivables without recourse, what does it imply? पता है, there was Mr. X who wanted to recover funds from his he wanted to recover funds from his debtor, but the debtor didn't pay the amount yet. So till the time the debtor hasn't paid, what should be done, everyone? If he hasn't paid yet, so we will ask them to pay. If he's not paying, I hire a person who would get the money on my behalf. He buys that particular debtor, he will make me a certain payment and also charge the commission, and I am free. Then he is the one who is supposed to recover the funds from him. ठीक है ना? Then, when we talk about without recourse, matlab if the debtor doesn't pay, then he cannot come back to me that Niharika ma'am, your debtor didn't pay. This kind of thing cannot happen. The client is liable if the buyer fails to pay. The client is not liable if buyer fails to pay. The factor must return the receivables, or the factor can only finance a percentage of the invoice. In this case, the correct answer is the client is not liable. When we say without recourse, it is also called sans recourse. In the terms of legal, na, it is called sans recourse, without recourse. Done? Sujit sir? Shanta ma'am? Arav sir? Alina ma'am? Done, everyone? Next question, everyone. Which of the following statement is correct in terms of assessment of working capital management? This is a question from our IIBF book itself, everyone. RBI guidelines require that the bank should adopt only turnover method in terms of this. No, there are never a certain things where they tell about कि नहीं, only this method has to be used. Each bank is free to adopt its own method of working capital. RBI guidelines permit uses of only turnover method, and MPBF, maximum permissible bank finance, is method for assessment for working capital, or assessment of working capital is not affected by the level of operations of the borrower. It is affected. Everyone, you take a loan and you cannot pay it off, then it cannot work out that way. Na? For the loans, you have to be very sane enough, isn't it? So in this case, what do we do? In this case, there has never been a particular method which they say, no, you have to use this method or that method. There is just nothing like that. Each bank is free to adopt any single method they want to take up. Okay, so there are multiple methods. There are three methods and along with the turnover method. Okay, here comes a question on hedging strategies. Matlab here we are moving on to the questions related to derivatives. Which of the following statements correctly differentiates between linear and non-linear hedging strategies? Pata, what is hedging? I'm too scared of putting my money into the market. What should I do? If there's a particular point where I'm dealing with, okay, so what I do is I have to hedging is what? Trying to save myself from the particular area. How do I do that, everyone? Hedging is basically related to the area of covering up from the risk that I might face. Okay, that is what we define as hedging. In terms of linear hedging, they say it involves options. Non-linear, there is no options. Linear hedging takes focus on fixing the price. Non-linear involves insurance like protection. If we talk about hedging, hedging is protecting yourself from the risk total. Linear term is single sided, single thought process. Then non-linear is basically when you're not thinking about thinking straight, right? So in this case, I think you've got the answers directly. Linear hedging is not for speculative. Speculative purpose is for the people who have that courage ki theek hai na, let's play with money. If it goes up, it goes up. If it goes down. That particular ideology is definitely required when you're dealing with speculations, everyone. So in this case, what's going to be the answer? The correct answer in this question is going to be D, everyone. Okay? In terms of this area, in linear hedging, you have a fixed ticket. Okay? This is how we are going to move forward. Everyone, how were exchange rates managed in India prior to the LERMS, regularized exchange rate management system? Once LERMS was introduced, last year there was a particular question on LERMS itself. What is the full form of LERMS? They gave it through market demand and supply, by fixed rates set internationally, by Reserve Bank fixing the buying and selling rates, or by local government setting the rates. Everyone, before LERMS was actually introduced, it was only and only RBI which was doing the part. RBI had everything. Later on, it started giving the work to everybody else. है ना? मतलब it was already more responsible. If I talk about RBI, na, RBI has always been a responsible organization. You just cannot say that RBI wasn't responsible enough in their working altogether. ठीक है ना? चलिए. Moving on to the next question, everyone. Somehow we have got it balanced. After we have done a lot of theory questions as well. है ना? Let's see. Now comes a practical question. After this, we can calculate the approximate forward points for the given forward period. Achha, this forward point case is very important. Normally, the forward point based questions are asked in the examination. Important. Spot exchange rate is given. Matlab your current spot is 51.5000. Interest rate differential is 3%. And this is for per annum. And then you have forward points is for 90 days. Your spot is basically the price that you can buy or sell your currency at this amount. Okay? Spot rate multiplied by interest rate multiplied by your 90 days out of 360. Everybody now calculate the point. The formula for calculating this is called forward points. Forward points can be calculated based upon spot multiplied by interest differential multiplied by number of days divided by total number of days and differential divided by 100. Done, everyone? Calculate it and let me know the answer. The correct answer is 0.1125. Everyone, next question. Which of the following factors determine the forward points, everyone? Supply and demand of the currency, market view, expectations about the future, the interest rate differential between the countries whose currencies are being exchanged, or all of the above. When we talk about forward points, matlab we're looking at the value of the spot in terms of the future value. Not the current, but the future value, everyone. How do we record it? It is all of the above. ठीक है ना? Let's move on to the next question, everyone. This is related to the long form audit report. Regarding LFAR, which of the following statements is accurate? Regarding LFAR, which of the following amounts is accurate? LFAR is submitted quarterly to the Ministry of Finance, or LFAR is used external auditors. Hanji everyone. In terms of LFAR, what's happening? LFAR is used in external auditors to assess the financial health of the bank. LFAR is primarily a marketing tool. It is not a marketing tool. It's a painstaking process. LFR is actually a very long form audit report. See, I've been into the bank audits. So one of the problems with these reports is they're very extensive and they are not marketing tools. They are super important because this helps to understand the financial health of an organization. It tells you about the financial health of a bank. So if it tells about the financial health of a bank, it is just not a marketing tool. It's a painstaking process to prepare. है ना? अच्छा, everyone, next point. Everybody, please keep on sharing the session and don't forget to like it, everyone. चलिए Moving on to the next point. The next point comes out to be what? LFAR is used by external auditors, not the internal ones, of course. The external auditors looks forward to it. How? What do they do in this case, everyone? They are looking forward towards to assess the financial health of the bank. Everyone, which of the following best describes a derivative? It's a financial instrument with a fixed maturity date and rate, an investment security backed by physical assets, a contract whose value is derived from the performance of underlying asset, a type of mutual fund that invests in diverse portfolio. Everyone, what's going to be the answer? C. Okay, let's look at the pointer. The contract, basically, derivative is what? You are talking about a particular asset, then pricing, but the point is it is a notional thing. You are not holding that particular thing. The underlying asset determines the value of your area. So in this case, the correct answer is a contract whose value is derived from the performance of underlying asset. For example, you and I are talking about the price of petrol. Okay, I believe the price of petrol is going to go up or it is going to go down. But none of us is a petrol dealer. If none of us deals in petrol, then obviously this has nothing to do with our work now. Done, everyone? Moving on to the next point. In context of the bills of exchange, which of the following is true? The drawee is a party who creates the bill. An accepted bill becomes payable immediately upon acceptance. A bill of exchange cannot be endorsed and transferred. Nay, nay, you can definitely endorse it. Then, a bill of exchange is always payable on demand. It is not always payable on demand, but normally it is for a time period as well. So this is not true. So this is also not true. Drawee is the party. Drawer is the one who creates the bill, everyone, in terms of bills of exchange. An accepted bill becomes payable immediately upon acceptance. What's going to be the point to this? Everyone? What's going to be the correct answer in this case? Chali, let's look at it. What's correct? Choose the correct option. Which of the statements is true? In context of bills of exchange, no, no, this question has a problem. Everyone, I might have to change the question a bit. Drawer is the party who creates the bill. The one who draws the bill is the party. Okay? Drawer is the party who creates the bill, and the bill of exchange is either payable on demand, is either payable on demand or after a certain defined period of time. It's already defined. This much amount of time, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month, it is always defined. Now. So it is A and D. Okay? Changing the questions wherever I feel I need to. Okay? Everybody, please keep on liking this session, everyone. Looking forward to you. Next point, everyone. A bill has been received by a drawee X from a drawer Y, has been dishonored and noted. See, the person was supposed to pay and he didn't pay. What journal entries will be passed in the books of the drawee? Debit bills receivable, credit Y and noting entries. Debit bills payable and credit the noting entries and Y. Debit bills payable, noting charges and Y. Debit Y, noting charges and bills payable. When whosoever is holding the bill, na, the holder of the bill is actually called the person who is having the bill. Holder of the bill is supposed to pay the noting charges. That's the exact line I wanted to say. That was holder of the bill is responsible for the noting charges to be paid. What is noting charges, everyone? You go and yell in front of the court that, array, this person didn't pay me the money. We want to recover our funds. That kind of thing is to be done in this case. Okay? That is to be considered. In this case, the correct answer would be that holder of the bill has to be considered. So that is for the noting charges, everyone. The person didn't pay me the money, he's again my debtor. So in this case, he should be debited first. Ki bhaiya, this particular a bill has been received by a drawing X. X is noting down. Then from a drawer Y. Y is again my creditor. The bills payable is gone. That's how I think over these points. That's why I never look at the points. Journal is one particular area. It is always better to think in your mind. Your bill payable is bill payable account debit is given, and to Y. It is for Y, everyone. Okay, Y is my creditor. He's again my creditor, and obviously the person would have definitely put the noting charges on me even. Bill payable I have to pay, even the noting charges I have to pay. So in this case, the correct answer is C. C. Bills payable, noting charges, and Y. Always think the question in this manner itself, everyone. Don't try to look forward to these questions in a manner where you are just trying the question. Whenever we talk about the specific area, it is literally compulsory when you discuss the specific topic of uh, this area, that is the journal entries. Always think about the journal entry. If you know the journal entry, only then you have an edge. Okay? Okay, everyone. Now moving on to the next point. Cash discount. When we define the cash discount, it is the allowance to expedite cash receipts and payments within a specified period. It is a loss for the firm receiving the payment and again for the firm making the payment. Discount allowed is entered on debit side and discount earned is on the credit side of the cash book. Everyone, cash discount is what? How do we define the cash discount? Cash discount is received when we make a prompt payment, everyone. It's for a prompt payment. You know, if it is for a prompt payment, so we have to record it accordingly. So in this case, the allowance to expedite cash receipts and cash payments. Basically, when we want to increase the the time in which we are getting the particular payments is to be considered. So it is a loss for the firm, or and the discount allowed is entered on the debit side or the credit side. In this case, the correct answer is all of these are correct. It is a loss for the firm because the person was supposed to pay you 10K. Now he's paying 9,500. 500 rupees is a discount. So that's true. The discount allowed is entered on the debit side. Yes, the in terms of discount that you give to someone, it's your expense. Discount allowed, and here it is discount received. Done, everyone? Got the idea? Done, ma'am? So in this case, all these three are correct. The answer is D. See, this question isn't difficult, but the way it has been presented is somewhat difficult. You know? Okay. Next point, everyone. Oh, just a moment. Let me just edit the particular part a bit for you. Visible now? चलिए जी. Now let's talk about the particular question. The question is related to the bad debts, everyone. How do we define the bad debts? Bad debts yani the portion of the debts that the particular person couldn't pay. है ना? That means this is the amount which has turned dead loss for us. Why did it turn dead loss? Because the particular person couldn't pay us the entire amount. To make a provision on bad debts, which of the following journal entry is correct? Everyone? In this case, the debit the profit and loss account and credit the bad debt. Then debit the P&L and credit the specific area of the bad debt. Then debit the provision account and credit the bad debt account. Debit the provision and credit the individual customer. When we talk about the debtors, now debtors are the people who couldn't pay us. So in this case, it is going to be bad debts. The person is not able to pay us. To debtor. The debtor is gone completely. We cannot ask them for funds again. And bad debts matlab the portion which is now a complete loss, a dead loss, everyone. Okay, the answer is B. Then acha, the question was asking to make a provision. Oh, the question was related to the area of provision. Once you are making the provision, then this bad debt, your loss will be taken. This is the first entry. When you are transferring it to this part, that is P&L to this provision. Basically, this bad debt, second level is you transfer it to the provision, and that provision will be a part of what? That provision will be a part of your P&L. कि देखिए, this is a loss that we can face. We are basically preparing ourselves na, कि पता है maybe later on we can face a loss that people will not pay us. Whenever you create a provision is always on the debit side of your P&L account, profit and loss account, because this is not a direct expense, it's an indirect expense. Done, everyone? चलिए जी. Moving on to the next point, everyone. Next question is a practical question too. Okay. The passbook of the firm has been showing debit balance is 75,000. We are starting from the passbook right now. Achha, when we talk about cash book and passbook now, always think about one party trying to basically reconcile with the other party. है ना? So when you're trying to reconcile, you will have to agree upon their terms. So in this case, what is it showing? The passbook has a debit balance. Matlab, you have minus 75,000 as per your passbook. It is observed that the bank has not debited a check of 1,000 issued by the firm and has debited 300 on account of interest. What is the balance as per the cash book? Think like a banker for the moment. It is observed that the bank has not debited a check. This is your cash book, this is your passbook. That means I thought bank debit matlab withdrawal, है ना? I thought I would have lost this 1,000 rupees. But did I lose it? Everyone, the bank didn't know about it. Bank said, nahi, this amount of check is not yet debited. That means you have to debit it when you want to reach out to cash book. Whatever cash book has done or cash book wants you to do, you have to do it to find out where are the differences. So in this case, you will also consider this 1,000 rupees and has debited this 300 rupees. Matlab bank deduct, this is your bank, it deducted 300 rupees in the name of interest. Cash book said, nahi, I have no clue about it. If cash book has no clue about it, what you have to do is, you will have to add back this 300. Right? What is the balance as per cash book then, everyone? What is the value as per the cash book? Everybody please keep on liking the session, everyone. Share, click on the like button, click on the share button, and if you haven't subscribed, then hurry up and subscribe as well. I'll be meeting you again, everyone. This is not the end of the particular sessions. Hello, ma'am. This is I'll be coming for a full-fledged session on Saturday as well. Okay, that is on 26th at 6 a.m. again, and on 27th, on the day of examination, we'll be going through Chalisa. That is another quick revision area, so kindly be there for that as well. Tomorrow I'll be there with you for PYQ session, at 8 p.m. So what's the particular scenario? Let me discuss that particular area as well now. At least all of you would be knowing when I'm coming and where the particular sessions are. Though we have shared it in multiple areas already, but let me give you the view of it. Just a moment. The particular schedule is out for the examination now, so I'm just gonna share that part. Just a moment. Let me share that part with you. At least all the backers would be knowing at what point of time we are having what classes. Huh? Just let me put the particular schedule for you, everyone. Downloads. Everyone, this is the particular schedule. Sharing the schedule with you all together so that all of you know about it. Until the time, this is 76,000 negative and 300 positive. That makes 75,700 negative. Done? Acha, same amount. Sorry. This is your cash book now. Under cash book, this is an OD. This is an OD under cash book. It has to be on the credit side. Okay? I was actually paying attention to this part. Everybody, look at this part. These sessions are done. On Sunday, I met you for module A plus B. Then module C plus D was taken by Aarti ma'am. Then we have taken a complete numerical session yesterday itself. Okay? And then today we are here on Wednesday for the final marathon. Okay? We are looking forward towards final marathon. It started at 6 a.m. today. Today, I think Aarti ma'am would be taking up the strategy for you for this examination. Tomorrow, I'll be meeting up for PYQ. Then, on 26th, everyone, we will be having our Maha revision. The Maha revision will start at 26th at 6 a.m. and your Saturday, the day of examination that we're looking forward to, Sunday again examination. So, on Sunday, we will also have a special session starting from 5 a.m. in the morning. Okay, this is the particular schedule, everyone, for whatever we are doing in terms of our English medium channel. Bilingual, that is on officers at 24/7. This is the particular schedule for officers at 24/7 as well. So if you're looking forward to it, then just check it out whatever time, whatever we are dealing in our sessions there. Done, everyone? Chaliye ji. Now moving on to the next point. Acha, we are done with this LERMS wala question. Okay. According to which of the following categories of activities cash flow statements should be prepared, everyone? According to which specific activities? According to the following categories, cash flow should be prepared as per AS3: operating, investing, financing, production, or selling. AS3 includes only 1, 2, and 3. ठीक है ना? When we look at the options, it is A, 1, 2, and 3. They are the various codes, everyone. So the answer is 1, 2, and 3. Next question, everyone. This is match the following. Match the item in the list items of list 2. Correct the answer in the code given below. AS1, AS3, AS10, AS19. Accounting for fixed assets, disclosure of accounting policies, leases, and cash flow statement. Let's discuss that part. Matlab, instead of giving you the options, I'm discussing with that right away because I already remember this by heart. It depends upon you. If you remember only a few of these, then remember the most important ones. If you remember the most important ones, then if they come in the match the following, then the remaining you can use match the following. है ना? So everyone, AS1 is for accounting policies, disclosure of accounting policies. Hanji, what's going to be the answer, everyone? First part is your disclosure for accounting policies. 3 is for your, this is for A, this is for B. Cash flow statement is AS3. AS10 is your property, plant, and equipment, that is C. And the last one, AS19 is D, everyone. So if I have to say, A should be 2, B should be 4, C should be property, plant, and equipment, accounting for fixed assets. C should be 1 and D should be 3. That is 2, 4, 1, 3. Okay? It should be A1 is this only. Disclosure of accounting policies. AS1. हाँ ये रहा नहीं अच्छा this is wrong there is something wrong about it. Let me correct it for you. मतलब ना I think while creating the options there was some issue. ASA is 2. The answer part is correct, but in the option I have made it wrong. AS is, say, ASA is 2, then B is 4, A is 2, B is 4, then C. C is what, everyone? C is basically 1, है ना? C is 1 and D is AS19 is 3. Done. चलिए, options are corrected now. Thank you so much for waiting. This part, the correct answer is this. AS1 is 2, AS3 is cash flow. AS is also Ind AS7. This is Ind AS7 as well. Next question, everyone. This is from Fund Flow. Go ahead and answer. I'll be back in 5 minutes, everyone. 5 minutes break for you. Okay, break over everyone. Continuing with the fund flow. Under fund flow analysis, what are we looking at everyone? Under fund flow analysis, which statement is true regarding relationship between net working capital and fund flow? वैसे ना, what is net working capital? Net working capital and gross. How does it work everyone? Gross working capital is what? Gross working capital is only current assets. Net is CA minus CL. ठीक है ना? So if we talk about the fund flow, increase in net working capital increases your fund flow. Net working capital increase causes decrease in fund flow. Net working capital leads to decrease in one, causes increase in another, or net working capital has just no impact. वैसे fund flow has two statements पता है. First part is your changes in working capital. Second is your sources and application. Sources and application of funds. So technically the answer is, if your decrease in working capital happens, your fund flow increases. Actually everyone, how do we learn this? This seems to be a very difficult terminology. Let's discuss it from the point of view of basics. Everyone, when we talk about fund flow matlab the money that we have in our business, है ना? If my pocket money, daily pocket money reduces, the money that my parents are having, will it increase or decrease? That's a different question altogether. But yeah, if if my daily pocket money falls, the money that they have for their expenditure goes up. That means if your daily net working capital goes down, the overall funds you have for other purpose, it goes up by a major amount. ठीक है ना? Done everyone? Got the idea? चलिए, now moving on. What do you mean by the term subscribed capital, everyone? There is something called subscribed capital. How do we define it? When we talk about subscribed capital, the capital mentioned in MOA, the maximum limit up to which a company can issue capital, the part of issued capital which has to been actually subscribed by the public, or the amount asked by the company to be paid by shareholders. There are different kinds of capital, starting from authorized. Authorized is basically the one which we have taken permission for. Authorized. Then we have subscribed. Authorized. Then we issue the capital. Authorized, issued, subscribed. Then we have called up, the one which we call for the people, and then is paid up. Acha, what is it? Authorized is the maximum permission I've taken for. Out of the, see, I took a permission for say 10 bottles of water. Okay, I'll be keeping 10 bottles of water in on my counter there. Then for other people, I didn't keep the entire 10 bottles. Initially, I kept hardly 2 bottles for sale. That is issued capital. If people took those 2 bottles, that is subscribed capital. Okay? And once they have taken the bottle, will be like, sir, make the payment first. That is called up capital, the money that we are calling. And when they pay, it is called paid up capital. So when we talk about subscribed capital, this is that part of issued capital, what we issue to the people, that they have taken up officially. Done everyone? So in this case, the correct answer is what? What's gonna be the correct answer, everyone? In this case, it would be the amount that we're talking about is the part which is actually issued and subscribed by the public. Next question. A firm has an inventory turnover of 3. Acha, ITR is 3 and the cost of goods sold is 2,70,000. Acha, ठीक है. COGS upon average stock is your ITR. Your ITR is 3. I'm sorry. And your COGS is 2,70,000. You don't know your ITR, huh? Right? With better inventory management, the inventory turnover is increased to 5. This would result in what? Everyone, initially your average inventory, this is your average stock. When you divide, your initial average stock was 3 divided by 27, giving us initial average stock was 90k. In the second case, when it is 5 and this is again 2,70,000 divided by average stock, 2,70,000 divided by 5. After a certain period of time, your amount becomes 54. See, if you initially had average turnover of 3, that means in the entire year, you start from raw material to finished goods within a cycle of 3 times in a year. When we are doing it 5 times, that means every single day, the stock that we possess is lesser because we are using more and more stock in terms of our work, na? Isn't it, everyone? When we are using more stock, then that means the stock left in the go down is lesser. So everyone, it is now 54 starting from 90. So from 90, remove your 54,000. Your stock has gone down by 36,000. Okay? Done, everyone? A very interesting question. Basically, this talks about the practicality. Done, Naji? Okay. Next question. This question is from the payback period. Chaliye, everyone, try the question now. Payback period is a part of your capital budgeting wala area. Everybody, how do we define the payback period? Payback period is basically the time period in which we recover our funds, isn't it? है ना? Everyone? Okay, let's talk about this part further. Payback period method considers all the cash flows of the project they do. है ना? Basically, नहीं. Payback period is the period in which we recover the funds. Technically, what happens is, I am just telling you, देखिए, I spent 10,000 rupees. The day I recover it, we are done. We are good to go. This is payback period. So this is definitely wrong. Payback period method concerns more with the recovery of the cost and profitability. True. The name itself says that we are obsessed with payback, the money in which the way we recover the funds. The net present value represents net addition to the wealth of the shareholders. NPV is basically the money that you are making from the business further, है ना? Last point is accounting rate of return method incorporates risk. It is pure accounting in terms of ROI, na, rate of return that you are getting. That is what we talk about accounting rate of return method, everyone. Done, everyone? What's gonna be the answer in this case? If I look at the point now, accounting rate of return doesn't talk about the risk. This is wrong. NPV is basically linked with this, so I think I'll go with B and C. Done? Chaliye. Now let's look at the further questions. Which of the following conditions a company must fulfill to issue fully paid bonus shares, everyone, of Section 63, subsection 2C of Companies Act 2013? Everyone, bonus shares are free cash shares that we give to the shareholders. Why would we be so generous to them? Simple. We can be extremely generous to them because these shareholders play an important role for us. The company must not have issued any dividend in the past year. The company must not have defaulted in payment of interest on debentures. The company must not have defaulted in the statutory dues of the employees. Or the company must not have defaulted in the payment of salaries to its directors. But then when we talk about this amount now, if the company is taking care of their loans well, then they give money to anybody, nobody cares. Because if you are earning good enough that you can take care of your funds very beautifully, then so it's good. So in this case, everyone, the point is the company must not have defaulted in the area of the statutory dues of employees. Acha. अच्छा ठीक है. This is correct. Under statutory dues of employees has to be correct. There, when we talk about interest on debentures, they should not have defaulted for continuous 2 years in the terms of debenture wala area. So the correct answer is this C only. Acha, another important question. According to Section 63, subsection 2D of the Companies Act 2013, what is the time frame within which a company must implement a bonus issue, everyone? Once approved by the board of directors, in how much time your bonus issue has to be activated? You cannot say कि अच्छा I was thinking to give this amount, but when should I give the amount and all, है ना? Within 30 days, within 20 days, within 15, or within 10? Everybody? The answer should be what? The answer should be within 15 days, everyone. Within 15 days, once you said that we are giving these to you, there should not be any fight about it. Okay? Acha. Next is your, okay, here comes a practical question. Assets are given, non-current liabilities are given, shareholder funds are given, and current assets and non-current assets are given. They are asking, acha, they are asking calculate the current liabilities. How can we find it out, everyone? Total assets are of 3 lakh. ठीक है. Total assets is of 3 lakh rupees, which includes both the areas, that is fixed assets and your non-current investments. That means your non-current part is 2 lakh 60,000. Your current assets are of 40,000. Done with the current assets. वैसे they didn't ask about current assets, but let's do it. ठीक है. Now comes total assets is also equal to total liabilities. If you had total assets of 3 lakh rupees, your liabilities, what are the total liabilities, everyone? We have 80,000 of non-current liabilities, 2 lakh of our shareholder funds, plus the remaining is current. Because how do we make total current liabilities? Current and non-current liabilities. Total together gives this amount. So this is 3 lakh minus 2,80,000, giving me a value of 20,000. This is your current liabilities. They can now give a question based upon anything that can be calculate the total total working capital. They can also give you a question regarding that what is the total amount of current assets, current liabilities, what is net working capital. How do we calculate the net working capital, everyone? Everyone? How do we define the working capital? Acha, please share the session and like the session, everyone. Aarti ma'am would be taking over the area of module D from now on. Module D and part of module C. So please keep on sharing the session and like the session as well. Everybody, in this case, your current liabilities are of 20,000. What is your working cap total current what do we say? That is your net working capital, which is current assets minus current liabilities. Your current assets were 40,000, current liabilities were 20,000, gives you an answer of 20,000. Okay, na? The answer is 20k. Now, this is one particular question which can be converted into multiple questions altogether. Another practical question. What is the amount of difference between closing balances of two machines after 2 years is both machineries were purchased on the same date on the same amount of 1 lakh? Acha. Machinery 1, machinery 2. Machinery 1 is SLM, machinery 2 is WDV. Machinery 1 is 1 lakh, machinery 2 is also 1 lakh. Then remove 20% of it, everyone. Under SLM method, the depreciation amount remains same. This is 80k minus 20k further. We are left with 60k. In this case, WDV, everyone, minus 20%. This is, you will be left with 80k. First year, everyone, point to be noted. Whatever method you use, SLM or WDV, your first year depreciation remains the same. The variation is in the second year. Now 20% should be done of your closing value of last year. Under WDV, your depreciation changes every year. Under SLM, it remains the same. So this is 16,000. So in this case, you have 64,000. The difference is coming because of what, everyone? Why is the difference coming, everyone? The difference in this case is basically because your WDV is actually more. So I say the value of the machinery 2 is more by 4,000. Comparing two different methods, everyone. Everyone, please keep on sharing this particular session and like it if this was helpful for you. Okay, moving on to the next question. Which of the following will result in the source of funds, everyone? One. Continuing further, in terms of sources of funds, what are the various sources of funds? It increases the current assets, decreases the current assets, increase in the current liabilities, decrease in the current liabilities. What is basically source of funds, everyone? The way we arrange funds for our business is called sources of funds, isn't it? है ना? Sources of funds matlab the way we arrange funds for the business. That is how we define the sources of funds. So in this case, what's going to be the answer, everyone? First is sources of funds matlab you are getting more assets into the business. That means we are having more cash, so your current assets increases. Your decrease in current asset doesn't happen. If your current asset increase, or what can we do? We can also arrange the funds from outsiders. So we are arranging the funds from outsiders. That means our current liabilities will also increase. That is going to be 1 and 3, everyone. The correct answer in this question is 1 and 3. Next question, everyone. Mr. A purchased a machinery worth rupees 1 lakh on 1st of October 2011. Transportation and installation charges were incurred amounting to rupees 10,000. Okay. We bought it for 1 lakh. Then installation charges were of 10,000 plus 4,000. Our capital expenditure went up to 14,000. 1 lakh 14,000 is our total expenditure. Dismantling charges for old machine. Obviously, to put up the new machine, you also have to record the expenses that were required for the old machine. That means this 10,000 was also required. The market value of the machine is valued at 1 lakh 20. Okay. In the market, this is valued at 1 lakh 20. While finalizing the annual accounts, A values the machinery at 1 lakh 20. Everyone, where did I tell you that assets are recorded at market value? They are never recorded at market value. The assets are always recorded as per the cost. Historical cost, or you can say the cost concept in this case. As per the cost concept, whatever money you actually spent on buying that asset has to be noted down. है ना? So it's gonna be what? Cost concept, matching concept, realization concept, or periodicity. The answer is cost concept. ठीक है? The answer is cost concept is being violated in the given case. Done, everyone? Moving on to the next point. Acha, we are done with this question. It just happened as a repetition. Which of the following statement is true, everyone? Balance sheet is always prepared from the point of view of the business, but not from the point of view of owners. That is true, because P&L and balance sheet is of the business, not of his personal account. The financial relationship of the business to its owners is shown in the balance sheet. The financial relationship of the business to its owners. Basically, we're trying to show the relationship between the two, and that's true. We're looking at that particular area, and the balance sheet is always related to a period of time. No, balance sheet is actually it is for a period of time, but prepared as on last day. Okay, P&L is prepared for a period. So in this case, now the point is such a first one is true, and even the second one is true. So answer should be first and second only. है ना? That's correct. The answer is 1 and 2. Reason, because P&L is prepared for long period, that is for the entire year, while the area of balance sheet is prepared as on the last day. Done, everyone? Moving on to the next point. Actually, this particular question I'm leaving for the moment. Okay, let's try this. A drew a bill on B for rupees 50,000 for 3 months. Everyone, I if I draw a bill on someone, okay, and the bill is drawn for a specific period. A drew a bill on B for rupees 50,000 for 3 months. The bill was for 50,000. Proceeds were to be shared equally, and A got the bill discounted at the rate of 12%. Okay, everyone, the bill was discounted for 12% and the bill is for 3 months. So, everyone, how much amount is the both the parties receiving? 50,000 into 12% into 3 divided by 12. The discount portion was 1500. This was your discount. There are two parties, that means out of 50,000, remove the discount. You're left with what amount? 48,500, which is to be divided between the two parties, that is divided by 2. So each and every party is going to get 24,250. This is called accommodating bills, everyone. Both the parties required funds, they created a bills receivable and then sold it to the bank. These are called accommodating bills. Everybody got the idea? This is a very interesting question. This is actually one of the last topics of bills of exchange. Done? Chaliye. Now move on to the next point. This is answer. 48,500, everyone. Discounting is what we sell the bill to the bank, and obviously bank also deserves some money. Na? This shouldn't happen that bank doesn't get any money. Chaliye ji. Moving on to the next point. Which of the following accounting standards help in better understanding of the financial statements? AS1, disclosure of accounting policies. AS3, cash flow statement. AS6, accounting for fixed assets. Or AS9, revenue recognition. AS6 is actually accounting for depreciation. Okay, this accounting for depreciation was removed long back, and AS6 was merged into AS10, which is your property, plant, and equipment now, PPE. So this is definitely the wrong point. Cash flow statements helps us in understanding the movement of cash itself, but not about the other things. Revenue recognition talks about the sales, the income that we are receiving, you know. So in this case, there's only one point. AS1. It helps in understanding what the methodologies, the methods they are using, how are they valuing their business, okay? The policies of the business. All those things are covered in this area. You know? Done, everyone? Okay, everyone, this was my last question, but this is not the last question for our series. Now, Aarti ma'am would be taking over for Module D as well as a couple of questions for other areas as well. Please be there in the particular session and like the session, everyone. Share the session and don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And everyone, if I really have to, first of all, before I end my session there, thank you so much for being there. I think, to be very honest, I didn't sleep the entire night because we were working on this era, plus the paid classes, everything is going on. But many of you were there since the very beginning, right? That is one of the sole reasons that brings us up and motivates us to be there with you. So thank you so much for being there with me throughout the particular 3.5 hours. So now Artima would be taking up, and everyone, please be there in the particular session and at the same time keep on studying. All the very best. I hope you have taken the screenshot of the particular area when I talked about the schedule that we are having. Tomorrow I'll be meeting at 8 p.m. for PYQs, and on 26th we'll be meeting for the Maha revision. Along with that, I think there's one more date is for mock test. Along with this, Chalisa is on 27th. So that's the entire series that we are going to take up, everyone. Thank you so much. I'll be meeting you in the next session. And till then, Artima was taking over. Bye bye, everyone.
Hello everyone, good morning. I hope you all are doing great. So let's continue our session Maha Marathon. So as you have already completed with Niharika ma'am, now we are going to complete the remaining part with me. Chaliye. So let's start our Maha Marathon. So if you are joining currently, so do subscribe to this channel. Share this link with your all friends and colleagues who are going to give their JIB this attempt only. Chaliye. So let's start with our first question. In this question, they're asking that how are services provided from bills discounted to securitization taxed under the current GST regime? Options A, only as business to consumer. B, only as business to business. C, both as business to consumer and business to business. D, not taxed at all. if you know the GST unit is small unit of your module D. This question is from that particular unit. Okay, goods and service tax. Goods and service tax. This question is from GST. You need to find out in this which option is correct. Is it both business to consumer and business to business, or only business to consumer, or only business to business, or not taxed at all? So under the GST regime, we need to follow both for business to consumer and business to business. Your bills discounted to securitization, which is taxed under the current GST regime. So the correct answer of this particular question is option C. Chaliye, let's see the next question. You can read also. It is covered under the issues related to revenue recognition under GST, your last topic of your GST unit, where they talks about actionable claims. So actionable claims did not constitute as a service under service tax, means there were no taxes on this kind of services. But after GST, actionable claims were included in your supply. Okay, now they included in the definition of supply, in which services provided from bills discounted to securitization are now taxed as B2C and B2B. So this question is from this last line. Okay, you need to remember, they can ask you from any line. So from this line, that question was there. Chaliye, let's see the next question. A 7-year bond with a face value of 1 lakh offers a coupon rate of 7%. Paid semi-annually, the current market interest rate is 9% per annum, compounded semi-annually. What is the bond's market price? Option A, 35,900, B, 95,154, C, 89,900, D, 82,917. In this, we need to calculate the bond's market price. And details are like 7-year-old bond, okay, whose face value is around 1 lakh, which offers a coupon rate of 7%, and that 7% is paid how? Semi-annually. Apart from this, current market interest rate is 9% per annum, that too also compounded semi-annually. Semi-annually means half-half, okay? But this interest rate is your per annum interest rate. This interest rate is your per annum interest rate. As per this, whatever information is present in this question, by that we need to calculate the actual value of bonds market price. Okay, chaliye. So let's solve this. So firstly, what we are going to do in this? Firstly, we are going to take the coupon rate. Can you tell me what interest rate we can earn out of this bond? What interest rate? Coupon rate, interest rate. What income you are going to earn? See, we have the feature of bond. That bond will give you specific, or you can say fixed interest plus fixed redemption price. Redemption price, the final value when your bond matures. So these two things you recover from the bond. Okay, fixed interest plus fixed redemption value. So in this, we need to calculate firstly this interest part. What is the interest you are going to get each year? But in this each year, you are going to take 2 times that interest. Next, redemption value. Chaliye. So can you tell me what is the coupon rate in this? Tell me. What is the coupon rate? Coupon rate means interest rate. Interest rate is your 7%, but this 7% is your per annum, which is paid semi-annually. Semi-annually. So what we are going to do? We are going to take the value as 1 lakh into 7%, but this 7% is for full year. We want semi-annually, so you need to divide by 2. You need to divide by 2, or you can multiply with 6 divided by 12. Both are same. So 1 lakh into 7% divided by 2, that will give you 3,500. This is the coupon interest you are going to receive in this. Okay, the first thing is your coupon interest rate. For next 7 years, half yearly, we are going to receive 3,500. Now, next thing what we required to know the number of times we are going to receive this interest. So, for 7 years, okay, 7 years they are saying, but how many times we are going to receive? Semi-annually. So what we need to do? We need to multiply with 2. That will give you 14 times we are going to receive this 7% semi-annually interest. Okay. This is what is given in this point. Semi-annually interest you are going to receive, that too in 7 years, 14 times. In each year, we are going to receive 2 times. One this, next this. So in each year, one is second. So for 7 years, 14 times we are going to receive this. I hope you understood this one. Okay, next. Your coupon interest rate that you are going to receive. Next, your number of times you are going to receive. After that, we require discounting value because we need to calculate bonds market price. But this interest rate, that redemption value is future value, and we want to calculate the present time value. So what we are going to do in this, we are going to discount all these amounts. And what is the rate? The rate is 9% per annum compounded semi-annually. Again, we are going to divide this by 2. So 9% divided by 2, that will give you 4.5% semi-annually. Means for half yearly, you are going to discount for 4.5%. Okay. Now, with this information, we are going to calculate the bond market price. Remember, for bond market price, we need to use the fixed interest part plus redemption value part. Both parts we need to include. So I am erasing this side. Okay. Now I am going to tell you what formula we are going to use in this. What formula we are going to use? This is a 3,500. Okay, chali. Now we need to use the formula, and your formula is bond market price equal to C. What C means? C means cash flow that you are going to generate because of this bond purchasing. So that amount will be your 3,500. 3,500 is your C. Now can you tell me which formula we are going to use? As I told you that we need to do the present value. But this present value is what type of present value? This present value is your ordinary type of present value, or annuity due type of present value. What type of present value we need to calculate? Because we are going to receive half yearly all the interest rates. So what type of annuity this is? Can you identify? What type of annuity is this one? Can you tell me what type of annuity is this? Ordinary annuity, annuity due, what type of annuity is this? This is your ordinary annuity, and we need to calculate the present value of your ordinary annuity. Okay? And the formula of that is you need to multiply with 1 plus r to the power n minus 1 divided by r1 plus n. This is the formula that we need to use for calculating the ordinary annuity present value. Okay, any doubt in this? I hope you can recall the formulas. Chali. Now you know what is the C value. C is your 3500. R is your 4.5%. Okay, N is your 14 times. And what else we require? This is your interest part. And I told you for the bond we receive what? We receive the fixed interest part plus redemption value part. Okay, means we are going to receive some redemption value also as soon as we reach to maturity. So in this we need to add your redemption part also. Your redemption part is your 1 lakh. Redemption part is your 1 lakh. And for this 1 lakh we need to calculate the present value. Okay, let's solve this. C is your 3500. 1 plus R is your 4.5%. So if I convert this 4.5% into fraction, that will be 0.045. 0.045 to the power n. N is what? 14 times. N is your 14 times. Then we need to subtract this by 1. Divided by R. R is your 0.045. In bracket, we need to write the same 1.045 to the power 14. Bracket close. Plus your redemption value, present value. That is 1 lakh divided by 1.045 to the power n. N is what? 14. N is what? 14. Okay? Then what we need to do? We need to calculate this value, that is 1.045 to the power 14. How you can calculate the 14 power? See, for this we need to use the calculator. 1.045 you need to write and you need to press multiplication and equal to for 13 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. What answer? 1.852. Okay, so the amount is 1.852 minus 1 divided by 0.045 into 1.852. 3500 plus 1 lakh divided by 1.852, because again in this we need to calculate 1 plus r to the power n. Okay, so by solving this, point 045 into 1.082 852. So if you solve this part, okay, if you solve this part, your answer will be around 36,000, sorry. Your answer will be around 36,000. Okay, it will be around like this only, so I am taking the round amount. And what is your redemption value, present value? That you need to divide by 1 lakh divided by 1.852. That is your 53,995. So again, I'm going to take it around like 54,000. So what is your value? 54,000 plus 36,000. So it is nearby 90,000. Okay. So which value is near 90,000? Your option C. This is how we need to calculate. See, in this we are covering 2 topics at a time. 2 topics at a time, means we are calculating the bond value also, which is your YTM topic. Okay. Second, we are also calculating in this your interest and annuities topic from that present value of your ordinary annuity. So these type of questions in exam, they can frame present value of ordinary annuity. This is from interest and annuities topic. So this question is from these 2 topics. Chali. Now let's see the next question. Which of the following would be considered window dressing? A. Recording all expenses accurately in the period they were incurred. B. Recognizing revenue for sales that have not yet been delivered to customers. C. Classifying short-term loans as long-term even when they are due in 6 months. D. Both B and C. Tell me. What do you understand with the term window dressing? Now this is very simple. Window dressing. What is the meaning of window dressing? Tell me. Option A, recording all expenses accurately in the period they were incurred. B, recognizing revenue for sales that have not yet been delivered to customers. C, classifying short-term loans as long-term even when they are due in 6 months. Both B and C. Which option is your correct option for window dressing? So as per window dressing, this is a limitation. This is a limitation point of ratios. Okay, this is a limitation point of your ratios. Window dressing means you are displaying not a true picture. If you are in a loss, you are showing that you are in a profit. You are hiding your real scenario. That is what window dressing. You are trying to show that you are in a profit. You are getting so many different opportunities. You are trying to show, but in reality, you are in a total loss. So as per this, which option is your correct option? Say recording all expenses accurately in the period they were incurred. That is not window dressing. That is our accounting. That is not at all window dressing. Let's talk about the B. Recognizing revenue for sales that have not yet been delivered to customers. What you are trying to do in this second point, you are trying to show revenue for sales that have not yet been delivered to customers. You are trying to fluctuate. You are trying to increase your sales. And you know, if you increase your sales, you are going to increase your profit. But you are showing this wrong. So this is what? This is your window dressing. Okay? C point. Classifying short-term loans as long-term even when they are due in months, 6 months. So we know that what is our short-term loans? Short-term loans means less than 12 months. Okay. Now, under this short-term loans, again we bifurcate into 6 months and more than 6 months kind of thing. But even though it is a short-term loan, we are trying to show as long-term event. We are not showing the correct obligation, correct liability. So again, what we are trying to do? We are trying to do window dressing. So your both B and C is considered as window dressing. Okay, in this you are hiding your real position. Chaliye, let's see the next question. A firm had the following balances at the start of the year. Okay. Here are the balances in your year starting. Total assets 15 lakh, total liabilities 8 lakh, total equity 7 lakh. During the year, the firm undertook the following transactions. It purchased new equipment costing 2 lakh 50, paying 50,000 in cash and financing the rest with a long-term loan. Second, the firm generated sales of 6 lakh, of which 4 lakh 50,000 was collected in cash and 1 lakh 50,000 was on credit. Third, the firm also issued new equity shares for 2 lakh during the year. What we require to do in this? In this, we require to calculate the total equity of the firm at the end of the year. A, 10 lakh, B, 8 lakh, C, 9 lakh, D, 8 lakh 50,000. In this, we need to calculate the total equity amount. Okay, in this, we need to calculate the total equity amount. Chaliye. So, for solving this, we require the balance sheet equation. Okay. For this, we require the balance sheet equation. And do you know what is balance sheet equation? Balance sheet equation is your assets equal to liabilities plus capital. है ना? This is only your balance sheet equation. Chali. So let's write your opening balances. Like total assets in your starting is around 15 lakh. Is around 15 lakh. Next, total liabilities 8 lakh. Total liabilities 8 lakh. So with this, can you tell me what is our capital? Yes, if we want to know the capital, our capital amount will be, tell me, can you identify that what is your capital amount in this? What is our capital amount? Tell me. See, for calculation of capital, what we can do? Assets minus liabilities. Assets is your 15 lakh minus liabilities 8 lakh. Capital equal to 7 lakh. है ना? You can find out with this also. So your capital will be 7 lakh. You can match with the opening balances also. Equity is your capital only, which owner brings into business. So that is what your equity means. Now, we need to do the, during the year, the firm undertook the following transactions. Means we need to do the adjustments of these entries. Okay. And with this, we are going to find out the what total equity of the firm at the end of the year. Chaliye. So let's read the first one. It purchased new equipment costing 2 lakh 50, paying 50,000 in cash and financing the rest with a long-term loan. Long-term loan means what? This is your asset or your liability. You are purchasing 2 lakh 50,000 asset. Okay. For that, you are paying 50,000 in cash. And remaining 2 lakh is what? That is your long-term loan. Now, long-term loan is what? Your liabilities or your asset. Tell me. Under balance sheet equation, which side we are going to write this? On your liabilities side or under your asset side? This long-term loan. So, we are purchasing fixed assets. Okay, this is your first entry. We are purchasing fixed assets. Means we are increasing our asset side. We are adding this. But we for purchasing this 2 lakh 50, we are paying cash also. And cash is again a part of your assets. Okay. So we are reducing 50,000 from your cash. There is no entry in your capital side. But remaining 2 lakh amount is actually your long-term loan. That is your liabilities. That is your liabilities. So we are going to show it under your liability side. Okay, again if you want to balance, you can check it out that it is equal. Assets equal to liabilities plus capital. This is your 17 lakh and this 10 plus 7, again it is 17 lakh. Okay, you can check it out like that. Now B, let's see the B point. The firm generated sales of 6 lakh, of which 450 was collected in cash and 1,50,000 was on credit. So the firm generated sales of 6 lakh. So what we need to do, if we are selling, means we are reducing our inventory, correct, by 6 lakh, because we are selling our inventory. So we need to reduce our inventory side, out of which 4,50,000 was collected in cash. Means out of the 6 lakh, we are collecting 4,50,000 immediately in cash. So we need to add 4,50,000. Then 1,50,000 was on credit. So remaining 1,50,000 is what? Remaining 1,50,000 we sold on credit. So what we are going to generate? We are going to generate our debtors. Okay, we are going to generate our debtors. Means we are increasing the debtors by 1,50,000 and there will be no entry on your liabilities capital side. Okay, 4,50,000 plus 1,50,000, that is equal to 6 lakh. Means there will be no change. Chali, let's see the third point. The firm also issued new equity shares for 2 lakh during the year. So when you are issuing the new equity shares, we are receiving the cash, है ना? So generally what we pass the entry, cash account debit to share capital. This entry we can pass because we are increasing by issuing the shares. So we are increasing the cash by 2 lakh, and this time we are not increasing the liability, we are increasing the capital. So we are going to add 2 lakh. Okay, and as per the question, they demanded about the total equity. So if you add this 7 plus 2, that is your 10 lakh. So as per this, your answer is option A. As per this, your option is A. Okay, and remember, balance sheet is one of the important topics. So this is how we need to solve the balance sheet equation. Okay, by adjusting different points. Chali. Now, next is your match the following. In this, we need to do match the following. Column A, analog computers. Second, digital computers. D, third, hybrid computers. Column B, A, combines features of both analog and digital. B, used in computerized accounting. C, used for scientific and mechanical fields. Tell me, match the following. In this, we need to do the match the following. We need to identify that which computer definition is in your column B. You need to do the match the following. You know, we have 3 types of computers. We have 3 types of computers: analog, digital, hybrid. Okay. So analog computer is used for your scientific and mechanical fields. Okay. These analog computers are used for scientific and mechanical fields. Your digital computers is used in your computerized accounting. And your hybrid computer is a combination of both the things, both analog and digital. In your hybrid computers, you can use it for scientific and mechanical fields. Along with that, you can use it for computerized accounting. So the correct option of this question is your first C, second B, and third A. So your correct option is your D. This question is from your IT, computerized unit. Chaliye. Now next see the next question. Yes. Which method is suggested for creating complex but memorable passwords? A. Use your birth year followed by your favorite color. B. Combine a known word or phrase with numerals, special characters and capital letters. C. Choose a common word and add the letter Z at the end. D. Repeat your favorite number 3 times. Tell me, which method is suggested for creating complex password but memorable password? So which type of password we need to use? So users need to use the memorable password but not easy to guess. Okay. So just give me a moment. I'm sorry. So there are some guidelines that we need to follow whenever we prepare the passwords. Okay. So as per that guideline, we need to use your combine a known word or a phrase with numbers, special characters and capital letters. So it is a combination of what? Some known words or phrase or with numbers with some kind of special characters or capital letters. You can use this and you can make a simple, complex plus memorable password. So for this we have few guidelines that we need to follow. So let's read this. So password construction, in this users should choose passwords that are easy to remember but difficult to guess. This type of password we need to set. Okay. So in this, own name, short form own name, own initials, name of family, friends, co-workers, company, popular characters should not be used. You cannot use this type of things. Next, personal information like date of birth, address, telephone numbers should not be used. You cannot use this type of things also in your password. Then, common words found in English should not be used. Common words we cannot use which are easily to find in our dictionary. We need to avoid this. Then, word or number patterns like 888, BBB. Check it, this type of things also we need to avoid. Any of the above words preceded or followed by digit should not be used. Take an example like secret one secret. These type of things we need to avoid. Then, strong password would be minimum length 8 characters and can be constructed through a mix of numbers, special characters and capital letters. So generally in our bank password also we do all these things. We use one capital letter, then some special character. Apart from that we use numbers also. Okay. And one way to create complex but easy to remember password. Complex but easy to remember password. To take known words. To take what? Known words or phrase and convert it using numbers, special characters and capital letters. So this question is from this last option, this last point which is given in your IIBF book. Okay, this is the summary. This is the topic in which your password construction part is given. Chali. Now let's see the next one. Arrange the following in proper sequence. Journal, cash flow statement, ledgers, balance sheet, profit and loss account, trial balance. In this we need to arrange this in a proper sequence. if you know the financial statements and final accounts, then you can tell this answer. So how to arrange this in a proper order? See, firstly we need to start with journal. Okay, first is your journal. Primary entry. As soon as we identify, okay, this question is from your accounting part. Okay, first we need to do the identifying the business transactions. If we are okay that yes, this is your business transaction, plus you can measure in money terms. Okay, if you can do this, then what next we do? We go with journal. Okay, we prepare the journal, our primary book. Firstly, we record all our business transactions in our journal. After this journal, we prepare the ledger. Okay, transferring from journal to ledger, we call this as posting. And from the business transaction to journal, we call it as journalizing. Okay, with the help of this journal, we prepare the trial balance. Why we prepare the trial balance? To find out the arithmetical accuracy. If there is any error, we can rectify it immediately before we make our final accounts or our financial statements. Now, after this, what we do? We prepare our profit and loss, balance sheet and cash flow statement. Okay? So what we prepare after this trial balance? We prepare profit and loss account, we prepare cash flow statements, and then we prepare balance sheet. So first, then you prepare the ledgers. Second, then you prepare the trial balance. Third, so first, third, and your sixth one. So this is not the option. Let's see this one. First, third, and trial balance. After that, what we prepare? After trial balance, we prepare the P&L. Okay, and then balance sheet and cash flow. No. See, firstly we prepare the cash flow and then we prepare the balance sheet. Okay, so the balance sheet option is your last option. Finally, we prepare the balance sheet. So as per this, your correct option is option C. Okay, chali. So this is a flow that we need to use for preparation of our accounts. Next, a machine may be capable of running for 10 years, but due to new inventions, it is expected to be used only for 8 years. Then the estimated life of the asset is A, 8 years, B, 10 years, C, 2 years, D, none of the above. Tell me, as per this, what life we need to consider of our asset? A, 10, 2. D, none of the above. Though your machine is having the capacity to run for 10 years, but because of new inventions, we can use this only for 8 years. So as per the depreciation, we take the life which we are going to use in our business. So as per this, 8 is your right answer. Okay, 8 years only we are going to use it. Chali, next question. According to the guidelines, what should be the qualification for members of the IAS audit teams? A, MBA with IT experience. B, CISA, qualified professionals with adequate IT experience. C, CISSP qualified professionals. D, PhD in computer science. What qualification we require for the information system audit team member? If you want to be a member of information system audit team, you required CISA qualified professionals with adequate IT experience. Okay. Then only they can be a part of your information system audit team, where they are going to check the softwares, where they are going to check the servers that we are using in our business. So if you are not having any qualification related to IT, then how you can check the accuracy of the softwares we are using? So we required the basic qualification from the members of information system audit team, that is CISA qualified professionals with adequate IT experience. Chaliye. So the correct answer of this is your B. Next, fill in the blanks with the most appropriate terms. Here are 5 blanks we have, okay, and we need to use these options to fill. So the options are debtors, creditors, capital, drawing, matching, concept. Okay? There's 5 options we have, and we need to fill as per the given definition. Like the first statement says, a person or entity that owes money to the business is known as dash. What we call that person who owes money to the business? Any person who owes money to the business, what we call them? If you sell someone on credit, okay, the person will be liable to pay us, है ना? So that person owns to us. So that is our debtors. That is our debtors. Okay, next, the owner's personal use of business fund is called as dash. What we call? If owner of business uses the business fund for the personal use, owner takes few amounts from the business for purchasing their personal items, then it is your drawing. It is your drawing. Okay, next, a dash is an entity to whom the business owes money. Now we are purchasing on credit. Okay? We are purchasing something on credit from the supplier. We purchased raw material and we told to him that we will be paying after 3 months, 4 months. So in our balance sheet, in our books, what we are going to show that thing? That is our liability. So we are going to show it under the creditors. We are going to show it under the creditors. Creditor is an entity to whom the business owes money. Okay? It can be entity, it can be individual person. Now, fourth, the funds contributed by the owner to start or run the business are called as dash. For starting any business, when we put our money or when we borrow some money from our friends or colleagues, and then we start our business. So what is that amount? That is our capital amount. That is our capital amount. Okay? These are the basic words out of which fill in the blanks is framed. Then the dash requires that revenues and expenses are matched in the same period to determine the correct profit and loss. So that is your matching concept. That is your matching concept. Okay? Debtors, drawing, creditor, capital, matching. Now, out of these options, we need to find out that whether A is correct, B is correct, C is correct, or D is correct. So, as per that, debtors, drawings, creditors. So, debtors, C is not correct. Drawings, this is not correct. Drawings, okay. Then creditors. Okay. After that, we have capital and matching. Capital and matching. So this is wrong. The correct option is your B option. Here correct option is your B option. Next, arrange the following options with which specific type of error can be classified as compensating error. Compensating error. A. The erroneous act of recording a purchase transaction in the sales book which would misrepresent the nature of the transaction and distort the revenue figures. B. A situation where the purchases account has been overstated by 500 while simultaneously the sales account has been understated by an equal amount of 500, effectively offsetting each other's impact on the trial balance. C. The failure to record a particular expense in the accounting records which leads to an understatement of expense and ultimately affects the net profit calculation. D. The incorrect practice of debiting the wages account instead of properly recording the amounts in the machinery account, which misallocates the expense but does not affect the total balance of the accounts. So in this we need to find which type of option is our compensating error. Which classifies that compensating error? Out of these 4 options, which is your correct option? So compensating error is what? It will never affect your trial balance. Okay. Ultimately, when we prepare the trial balance, our main motive is to check the arithmetical accuracy, where we can say that our debit is equal to credit. This is what we want from our trial balance. But due to few points, sometimes we can find that in our trial balance, there are errors which are present over there. Okay, so we need to identify it and then we need to correct it. So as per this errors, one of the error is your compensating error. One of the error is your compensating error. So compensating error is what? In which whatever errors you have, that will offset each other. That will offset each other. Means that will give debit equal to credit. Okay? So as per this, your correct option is this, in which your purchase account has overstated by 500 even though your sales account has been understated by equal amount of 500. But the overall effect you are not going to see on your trial balance. So this is what compensating error we have. Yes, so the compensating error is what? In which you're offsetting the balances because one account is overstated by the same account and the next account is understated by the same account. So as per that, you are not going to see any difference in your trial balance. So that is what compensating error we have. Okay, so as per this, our correct answer is a B option. Chaliye, let's evaluate the first option. The error of recording purchase transaction in the sales book, which would misrepresent the nature of transaction and distort the revenue. In this, what we are doing? We are writing the purchase in our sales book. That is wrong. We cannot do that. Hana? In this, what we are doing? We are recording our purchase transaction in our sales book. We are recording in some different book. That is the wrong. That is not a compensating error. Then, the failure to record a particular expense in the accounting records, which leads to understatement of expenses and ultimately affects the net profit calculations. Again, this is not a compensating error because in this, again, we are going to see some differences in our balance. After that, the incorrect practice of debiting the wages account, instead properly recording the amount in the machinery account. Again, we are writing in some different accounts. That is your commission error. Okay, what we are doing the error of commission. So A, C, D is your wrong answer. That is not a compensating one. Compensating one is your option B only. Chaliye, let's see the next question. Which of the following situations would most likely result in the use of a suspense account? A transaction was recorded incorrectly due to a typographical error. B, an invoice was completely omitted from the books. C, the trial balance does not match due to unidentified discrepancies. D, a sale was recorded at the wrong price. So why we prepare the trial balance? Suspense account. What is the use of the suspense account? What is the use of the suspense account? Can anyone tell me? Whenever we are preparing our trial balance sheet, okay, P&L account, in that if you are finding few differences and you are not able to identify that what is the reason behind that. So for temporarily, you prepare one account known as suspense account. Okay, now suspense account can be used as debit balance also, as a credit balance also. But to settle the differences for a temporary basis, we use the suspense account. Okay, so the suspense account is what? The trial balance does not match due to unidentified discrepancies, because we are not able to identify that what is the real discrepancy we have. But we want to close our books and we require to maintain that balance sheet will be equal to your asset will be equal to your liabilities. So for matching, we use this suspense account, and the suspense account can be used for both the sides. Okay, remember this. So the correct answer is your option C. C is your correct answer. Okay, this is again a type of error. So this is not a suspense account. Then invoice was completely omitted from the books. This is again not a suspense account. That is your omission. That is your error of omission. Then a sale was recorded at the wrong prices. That is again an error in our books. Okay, so these are the examples of errors. But a trial balance which does not match due to unidentified, in this we are able to identify it. If we are not able to identify it, that time we are going to use our suspense account. So the correct answer is your option C. Chali. Oh, sorry. In this, okay. GHI Enterprise has reported the following information for the year. December 31st, net income 2 lakh, depreciation 40,000, deferred tax expense 15,000, increase in accounts receivable 35,000, decrease in accounts payable 25,000, increase in prepaid expense 5,000. What is the net cash flow from operating activities using the indirect method? A 1,90,000, B 2,20,000, C 2,10,000, D 1,80,000. Okay, in this what we need to do? We need to prepare the net cash flow from operating activities. So this question is from your cash flow statements. This question is from your cash flow statements, in which we need to prepare for operating activities. Operating activities in which we use our current assets, current liabilities, our day-to-day working. Okay, that is what our operating activity. Under cash flow, under your in this we have three different activities. Okay, first is your operating activity, then we have investing activity, like purchasing of your fixed assets, purchasing of your tangible assets, intangible assets. That is your investing activity. This is your second type of activity under your cash flow. Third type of activity, you have financing activity. Okay, in which you are taking the loan, you are generating the different sources so that you can raise the funds for your business. So that is your financing activity. Operating, in which we do our daily business. Okay, second, investing, in which we are purchasing, selling our long-term assets. Third, financing, in this we are able to find what are the different sources we have. So that is what financing activity. Whether you raise equity, whether you pay dividend, all are these the example of financing activity. But in this, they are asking net cash flow from operating activities. Okay, so firstly, we are going to start with net income. Net income, this is your operating income, you can also say. Okay, you can say EBIT, earning before interest and tax. This you can say net profit. Okay, so that is your net income. So if we talk about the net income, that is the income which you get after the deduction of cash and non-cash expenses. But in this, we need to find out the actual cash flow. So what we are going to do, in this we are going to start with net income. We are going to start with net income. That is your 2 lakh. Okay, we are going to start with net income. As I told you, net income is the combination in which you have already subtracted your cash and non-cash expenses. That is the adjusted amount. But we need to calculate only the cash flow, net cash flow. So we need to eliminate the non-cash effect in this net income. So for calculating the net income, if we are subtracting the non-cash flow, then what we are going to do for eliminations, we are going to add back. So we are going to add back the depreciation amount. That is your 40,000. Okay, apart from that, we are going to add this deferred tax asset also. That is your 15,000. Now, after this, accounts receivable increase by 35,000. Accounts receivable means your debtors plus bills receivable. Okay, remember one thing, when we talk about cash flow statements now, so in this, if your asset is increasing, your current asset increases, then your balance of your cash flow statement decreases. Okay, if your current assets increases, your cash flow balance decreases, means we need to do the subtraction. On the other hand, if your means reverse we need to do. Okay, if your current liability decreases, so your current balance of your current cash flow statement will also decrease, means you need to do the subtraction only. And vice versa. Vice versa means what? If your current assets decreases, so your cash will increase, means plus you need to do. Okay? In case of assets, I am saying. But in case your current liability is increasing, you need to increase the balance also, means you need to do the sub-addition. Okay? You need to remember this part. So if you see this accounts receivable 35,000 increase, what we are going to do, accounts receivable is what? Your current asset that is increasing. So we need to decrease the balance of your cash flow statement. We are going to do subtraction. Okay, subtract increase in accounts receivable. That is 35,000. Subtract. Then decrease in accounts payable. Now what is accounts payable? Creditors plus bills payable. They are covered under accounts payable. That is our obligation, that is our liability. So if this is our liability, this is our current liability, and if this is decreasing, so we are going to subtract this. Okay? Decreasing in accounts payable, same flow, means subtracting, decreasing, equal. Then increase in prepaid expense. Increase in prepaid expense means this is your asset, so we need to subtract this. Okay, increase in prepaid expenses by how much? 5,000. 5,000. Now, let's calculate the final balance of this. 2 lakh plus 40,000 plus 15,000 minus 35,000 minus 25 minus 5. So correct answer is 90,000. Okay, you can remember with this trick that if your current assets increases, your balance of your operating account will decrease. Reverse they go. Okay, on the other hand, if you talk about the liabilities, if your liability increases, your cash flow amount will increase. If your current liabilities decreases, your balance will decrease. That goes same direction. Okay, but for our current assets, we have inverse relation. So that is what your net cash flow from operating activities. Chali. Next. Read the following statements carefully and choose the correct option based on the examples provided. Okay, like statement 1 we have, a company issues 10,000 equity shares with a face value rupees 100 each. The first call made is for 40 per share. Statement 2, ABC Corporation makes an initial public offer, IPO, and the application size is 12,000 for 120 shares. Statement 3, XYZ Limited makes a first and final call for 60 per share, which is the balance amount after the allotment. It is termed as first and final call. A, only statement 1 is correct, only 1 is correct. B, only statement 2 and 3 are correct. Only these 2 statements are correct. C, all the 3 statements are correct. D, only statement 1 and 3 are correct. In this, we need to find out the correct option. Which is your correct option? Which is your correct option? Chali. Let's evaluate this. Statement 1. A company issues 10,000 equity shares with a face value of 10 each. The first call made is 40 per share. So this statement is your false statement. Okay, this question is from your company accounts 1 topic. Why this statement is wrong? Because in that, if you are making a call, the call amount cannot exceed 25% face value. Okay, maximum 25% of the face value you can call at a time. So as per this, your face value is 100 each. Okay, but you are making a first call for 40 per share. So that is 40%, and 40% is more than 25%. So you cannot call at once this 40 per share. If you want to call more than 25%, then you need to call in installments. Okay, then only you can call. So this statement is your wrong statement. This is your false statement. Chali. Statement 2. ABC Corporation makes an initial public offer and the application size is 12,000 for 120 shares. So as per your Companies Act, whenever if you are issuing the initial public offer, that range is given, and the range is 10,000 shares to 15,000 shares. This type of lot you can issue from 10,000 to 15,000. This is the minimum application. Okay, so as per this, you are using 12,000. Okay, so range is 10 to 15, but you are using 12,000. So this is your true statement. This is your true statement. Then XYZ Limited makes a first and final call 60 per share. which is the balance amount after the allotment. It is termed as first and final call. In this, they are saying that XYZ company makes a first and final call for 60 per share, okay? And they are calling this call as first and final call. So is this is a correct statement that we can use for this 60 per share? The answer is yes. See, don't compare this with our first point, that in this face value is 100, so we cannot issue the 60. In this third point, there is no face value given. There is no face value given. So how you can assume any amount? You cannot assume any amount. Okay? In this 60 is your leftover amount after allotment, and you can call this as first and final call. That is a true phrase you can use for this. So as per this, third is also true, second is also true. So second and third statements are only correct. So as per this, your option B is your correct option. B is your correct option. Chali. So this is explanation, you can see. Then, if an asset has a useful life of 5 years, but it is not put into use until the second year after its purchase, when should depreciation begin? A, at the time of purchase, B, at the end of useful life, C, at the beginning of the second year, D, at the beginning of the 5th year. Tell me. See, for depreciation, remember one point, you need to start your calculation of depreciation when it is ready to use. Okay, so as per this, though you purchased when your life is 5 years, but you started, you put to use, you use that machine in your second year. So you are going to start calculating depreciation. Tell me. At the beginning of your second year, when that asset is ready to use. Okay, when you are going to put to use that asset. So that is your second year beginning. Next, a manufacturing company produces widgets and uses 2 types of materials, A and B. During the month, company purchase 3000 kg of material A at a total cost 1,05,000. 2000 kg material B, total cost 70,000. Standard cost for the materials, standard price material A 35 per kg, standard price material B 40 per kg. Calculate the total material price variance for both materials combined. A 7500 favorable, 5000 unfavorable, 10,000 favorable, D 10,000 unfavorable. In this you need to calculate material price variance. Okay? Price means whatever amount you are paying. So how we calculate variance? We calculate variance by subtracting our actual minus estimate. This is what we use. Actual minus estimate. Okay? Means you estimated some different amount, and while actual purchasing, there is a difference in your payment. So that is what material price variance. Chaliye, let's calculate the material price variance in this. So how to calculate the variance? Standard, actual. Okay, this is your A, this is your B. Chaliye. Standard cost for the material. Standard price is how much for A? 35 per kg. Standard price for material B, that is 40 per kg. Okay. In this, actual is given in total and in units. So how you can calculate for per unit? That is 1,05,000 divided by 3,000 for material A and 70,000 divided by 2,000 for material B. Okay. As soon as you divide 1,05,000 divided by 3, that is your 35. And for B, 70,000 divided by 2,000, that is 35. So the actual amount of A is again 35, B it is 35. Okay. What you can see that in A there is no difference. There is no difference, है So there will be no variance for A. But if you see the B1, standard is 40 and you purchased it for 5. So difference is 5 per kg in rupees. Yes or no? And how much quantity you purchase for B? For B, you purchase 2,000 quantities into 5 rupees per kg. 2,000 is your kg. And as per that, your variance is of 10,000 rupees. Now, can you tell me this is your favorable or unfavorable situation? What type of situation is this one? If you're purchasing it for 35, but you estimated that you require 40 rupees, but you spent just 35 rupees. So that is your favorable condition. So as per this, your option C is your correct option. Okay, C is your correct option. This question is from your standard costing. Okay. For material A, there is no variance. Okay, you decided 35, you spent 35. That's why there will be no difference. Chali, let's see the next question. A company manufactures, sells a single product. The following information is available for the current year. Selling price 200, variable cost 120, total fixed cost 2,40,000, unit sold 3,000, unit produced 4,000. By this information, what is the margin of safety in percentage? We need to calculate margin of safety. 25%, 30%, 20%. None of the above. You need to calculate margin of safety, that too in percentage. What is margin of safety? See, we read margin of safety under marginal costing. Okay, we have one unit in your module D which talks about marginal costing. So marginal costing means when you produce one extra unit of goods. So as per the marginal costing, they say that whatever extra goods you are producing, that is just because of your variable cost. Okay, there is no contribution of your fixed cost. So that's why fixed cost we charge from profit. Okay, in this we read about margin of safety also. So for reading this margin of safety, firstly we need to understand what is break-even point. Under this marginal costing only, we read one more point which is break-even point. Now break-even point is that point of your business in which you are not going to earn any profit or loss. Okay. So if we talk about business nature, okay, if you are starting any business, for few years you are going to see the losses, okay, and after few years you are going to generate the profit. So in this, though you are getting the variable cost also and there will be your fixed cost also. So for few years you will be in a loss, totally loss, correct? But after few years you might see some break-even point, that yes, now we are not in a loss, though we are not able to generate any profit, but we are able to not generate even any losses. So that point is your break-even point. That point is your break-even point. With it is a point in which you are able to recover your all costs. So that is your break-even point. Okay, and after break-even point we generate the profit. We generate profit. Break-even point is that point in which you see no profit, no loss. Okay, below break-even point you generate only losses. After break-even point you generate the profit. But as a businessman, what we estimate, every businessman estimates some target. They prepare the budgets for upcoming year, है ना? So as per this, as per businessman, we prepare estimated budget, estimate budget we prepare, or we can say budget. Okay, budget of sales. That how much units we want to sell. So suppose we want to sell around 1 lakh. Okay, and we know that what is our break-even point in which we are not going to generate. Suppose that is your 20,000. That is your 20,000. Suppose this is your graph. Okay, in this point is your break-even point in which you are going to generate 20,000 units. This is a point whether you are going to generate no profit, no loss. But as a businessman, you cannot do your business in this point. So you require some estimated sale, okay, budgeted sale, and that estimate amount is your 1 lakh. That is above your break-even point. Then only you can generate profit. है ना? So in this, suppose some adverse condition is there, COVID. That is the adverse condition. So you cannot achieve your estimated sale. So in this, if you are not able to achieve your estimated sale, but then also if you are producing or if you are selling any goods between your estimated sales and break-even points, then also you will be in profit. Suppose you sell 40,000 units. Take if you sell 50,000 units, 75,000 units, though you are not able to achieve your estimated sales, but if you are able to sell this many units between estimated sales and break-even point sale, then also you will be in a profit. So what formula is there for your margin of safety? MOS formula is what? Estimated sale minus break-even sale. Okay, break-even point we can say, or break-even sales divided by estimated sales into 100. Why 100? Because we need to give an answer in percentage. Chale. So as per the question we need to solve now, है ना? So now I am erasing this part, and now let's calculate the required amounts of your break-even point and budgeted sale. I hope this point is clear to you all. That what is margin of safety, what is break-even point. Chale. For calculation of break-even point, firstly we need to calculate the contribution. Okay. So your break-even is calculated as fixed cost divided by contribution. Now how to calculate contribution? Contribution is calculated by selling price minus variable cost. What is your selling price? That is 200. What is your variable cost? That is 120. So you can see the surplus of 80. This is your contribution. Okay, this is your contribution. Remember, we are not going to subtract fixed cost because this is your marginal costing. Okay, so fixed cost is how much? That is given directly, that is 2,40,000. And contribution is how much? 80. So with this, 2,40,000 divided by 80, 3,000 units is your break-even units. Okay? Now, what amount we are going to take for estimated sales? We calculated the break-even sales amount. Okay, that is 3,000. Now, what amount we are going to take for estimated sale? Unit sold or unit purchased, produced? We are going to take the unit sold, estimated sales. Okay, unit sold, or if in this they are not giving you the estimated sale, we are going to take the old amount only as current budget. So as per this, 3,000 is your unit estimated sale amount. And what is our break even unit? That is again 3,000 divided by estimated units into 100. So numerator amount will be 0. 0 divided by anything will give you 0. So margin of safety is what? 0%, because you are doing your business equal to your break-even point. So that is why your answer is option D. Okay, you are not doing your business in terms of profit. Whatever you are selling, that is equal to your break-even amount. This is how we need to calculate margin of safety. This is your answer. Okay, chaliye. So do remember this formula, and if you want the formula sheet, that is available in our description also. Okay, if you want to know, take the formula sheet of module D, I made that formula sheet. Download that sheet and revise as much as possible, because in exams, if they want to test your numerical part, this type of formulas only will help you. So you can download that sheet, which is available in your description, and by that you can revise multiple times. Chaliye. Next. A notice under assessment of the Income Tax Act is issued to A. Inform taxpayers of their tax refund. B. Request information necessary. C. Announce the assessment audit. D. Provide details about tax audit. What is the use of notice under assessment of the Income Tax Act? Okay, so under Income Tax Act now we receive different type of notices. Okay, few notice give the information about your refund also, few notice give about your scrutiny part, and few notices talks about more information. If your assessing officer requires more of information from you, then they can send you the notice. So under this notice under assessment, if they want more further information which is necessary, then they can send you the notice. So the correct answer of this question is your request information necessary. Okay, chaliye. Let's see the next question. What is the primary limitation of the definition of lease in the Transfer of Property Act and Indian Registration Act? Now this question is based from your module C, equipment lease. Which one? This one? Which question, sir? Ma'am, which question? 99 lakh? Nisha ma'am, can you tell me for which question you are saying this? Break-even question you are saying? Okay, let's see the next question. Till then, ma'am, please reply which question you're talking about. Chali. So, what is the primary limitation of the definition of lease in the Transfer of Property Act and Indian Registration Act? A. It is only applicable to commercial properties. B. It does not include the leasing of equipment. C. It requires a registration fee for all leases. D. None of the above. What is the primary limitation? So the primary limitation of the definition given under Transfer of Property Act, that is TOPA, and Indian Registration Act, that is, it does not include the leasing of equipment. So the correct answer is your B. Why B? Let me tell you. Okay? Legal aspects of leasing. The definition of lease provided in Transfer of Property Act and Indian Registration Act covers only the property. Only the property. Okay? And not equipment. That is the limitations. That under TOPA and Indian Registration Act, they include only the property. They are never including the equipment. That's why your correct answer of this question is your option B. Okay, payment of registration fee is not a limitation. That is not a limitation. The correct limitation is here. It does not include the leasing of equipment. That is option B. Chali. So I hope this is clear. Now, what does tax collected at source represent under Section 206C of the Income Tax Act? A. The tax paid by the buyer to the seller at the time of purchase. B. The tax collected by the seller from the buyer at the time of sale. C. The tax paid by the seller to the buyer on behalf of the buyer. D. The tax paid by the buyer directly to the government. Tell me in this, you need to tell me that as per the tax collected at source under 206C of the Income Tax Act, tax collected at source in which you see the relationship between seller and buyer, Hana, in which you cover the specific goods only with specific persons. Take if you for specific goods, if you are doing the transactions with any party except few of the parties, like you cannot do the transaction with the central government. If you are doing the transaction, then you won't be charging any TCS with them. Central government, state government, embassies, okay, public sector companies, if you are doing any transactions of that specific goods with these type of buyers, then there will be no TCS on that. So that is what tax collected at source. So tax collected at source, what is happening in this, seller sells these specific goods to buyer. Okay. Now buyer, after receiving the goods, pays cash plus TCS amount. And this TCS amount is given by seller to government. Now this seller will pay this TCS to the government under Form 27 ED. Okay? Under Form, just give me a moment. That is EQ. Yeah, I got confused between the form of that government and the buyer. Yeah, so this is your EQ, and the seller gives this certificate to the buyer in form 27D. 27D. So these are the two forms that are used by the seller. One for government 27 EQ and for the buyer 27D. Okay, so as per this 206 C of the income tax talks about the tax collected at source. So which statement is true? Tax paid by the buyer to the seller at the time of purchase, tax collected by the seller from the buyer at the time of sale. The tax paid by the seller to the buyer on behalf of the buyer. The tax paid by the buyer directly to the government. Which option? So in this, your correct option is your option B. Check the tax collected by the seller from the buyer at the time of sale. Check it in this, the tax collected is the option. The tax collected by the buyer to the seller at the time of purchase. So the correct option is your option B. Chali. Let's see the next question. What is the purpose of section 206(1)(h) introduced in October 2020 under the Income Tax Act? A. To impose a tax on sale considerations less than 50 lakhs. B. To collect tax collected at source from buyers making payments of more than 50 lakhs towards sale consideration in a financial year. C. To levy income tax on buyers who equal to 50 lakhs in annual purchase. D. To regulate tax exemptions on sale consideration. In this, we need to say that as per the new section introduced in your October 2020, section 206(1)(h) talks about what? Again, this 206(1)(h) is the part of your TCS of your income tax. Okay. Remember, under TCS, we have specific goods only, which are covered in this. Only specific goods we have. So, as per section 206(1)(h), to collect tax, to collect TCS from the buyers, if they are making the payments of more than 50 lakhs, remember it is more than 50 lakhs and not equal to 50 lakhs. That is not equal to, that is more than 50 lakhs towards sale consideration in a financial year. In any year, if they are selling for more than 50 lakhs, then they need to pay this TCS also. Okay? This first point is wrong because they are saying less than 50 lakhs. In this third point, they are saying equal to 50 lakhs. No. That is more than 50 lakhs. And there is no tax exemptions on that. So the correct option of this is your option B. Chaliye. Let's see the next question. XYZ Corporation, mid-sized manufacturing firm, has been facing financial challenges due to rising production cost and stagnant sales. The management decides to implement zero-based budgeting to ensure that every expense is justified for the upcoming fiscal year. In the context of XYZ Corporation's implementation of zero-based budgeting, which of the following statement best describes the primary characteristic of zero-based budgeting? A. Departments are allowed to increase their budgets based on historical spending patterns without justification. B. Each department must justify all expenses and allocate funds based on current needs rather than previous expenditures. C. Budgets are prepared based on the average expense of the last 3 years to account for inflation. D. Budgeting is conducted at the end of the fiscal year to reflect any changes in sales and expenses during the year. In this, they are asking about zero-based budgeting. Okay, so zero-based budgeting means what? Budgeting is your estimation. Zero-based means you are not going to take help of your past experience or past budget. Okay, you are not going to take any help of these things. You are going to start from zero. You are going to start fresh every time. That is what zero-based budgeting. You need to start fresh. You need to start newly every time you want to prepare the budget. So as per this, 8 departments are allowed to increase their budget based on historical spending. Means you are going to estimate by taking the historical spending. That is wrong. That is not zero based. You are not going to take the help of your previous data. So the first option is your wrong. That is not about zero budgeting. Then budgets are prepared based on the average expenses of the last 3 years. Again, in this, what they are seeing, you are taking the last 3 years amount. Again, this is wrong. Fresh start, zero start. Then budgeting is conducted at the end of the fiscal year to reflect any changes in sales and expenses during the year. Again, that is wrong. A budget is conducted at the end of the fiscal year. Why we are conducting then budget? Okay, budget is prepared before we start any fiscal year. So that is not budget. Then B, each department must justify all expense and allocate funds based on current needs rather than previous expenditures. This is your correct option. Why? Because in this, we are not taking the help of your previous expenditures. We are not taking the previous expenditures help. We are justifying. In this management, organization wants justification for all expenses, your funds allocation. Every time they want the justification, why there is a requirement, why you want this much fund, every time. And in this, you are not going to take the help of your previous budget. So as per this, which option is your correct option? Your correct option is your B. Okay, this is what zero-based budgeting is. Chaliye. Let's see the next question. A factory processed 25,000 units of raw material with a normal loss of 12%. The cost of the raw material is 2 lakh. The actual output is 21,500 units. Calculate the normal loss in terms of cost. A 4,000, B 5,000, C 6,000, D none. In this, we need to calculate the abnormal loss in terms of cost. Okay, so what they are saying, a factory processed 25,000 units. Process units, we can say in this, that is 25,000 units. And normal loss is how much? Normal loss is equal to 12%. Okay, and the cost of material is 2 lakh. So the total cost is what? 2 lakh. The actual output, and in this we have one more data known as actual output, which is 21,500. Okay, this is the data given in this. And what we need to do, we need to calculate the abnormal loss. So firstly, we need to calculate that what is the normal loss unit, and what is the actual unit of your abnormal loss. Chali. So let's calculate that part. So input units we have around 25,000. Normal loss unit is what? Normal loss unit is 12% of 25,000. 25,000 into 12%. That is your 3,000. Okay. Means generally we need to produce 21,000, but actual production is how much? Output units of 21,500. Means 500 is what? 500 is your abnormal loss units. ठीक है, abnormal loss units are what? Because of machine breakdown, because of machine breakdown, ठीक है, because of some strikes in your industry. These are the examples because of which you might see sometime this type of losses. ठीक है, but normal loss is what? This is inherent in nature. That is inherent in nature. Even after so many efforts, you cannot eliminate normal loss. But with your proper management, with your proper overviewing your steps of your organization or process, you can easily eliminate the abnormal loss. Okay, chaliye, now we need to calculate the value. So how to calculate the abnormal cost? For that we need to use the formula. The formula is total cost minus sale of scrap unit divided by input unit minus normal loss units. ठीक है, with this you need to multiply with abnormal units. This is the formula that we need to use. Okay, chaliye, total cost is how much? Total cost 2 lakh. Any sale value? No. So we are going to write 0 in this place. Okay. Input unit 25,000. We started with 25,000. How much is there for normal loss? That is 3,000. Normal loss is your 3,000. 12% of your input unit. And what is your actual abnormal loss unit? That is 500. That is 500. Chali, let's solve this. 2 lakh divided by 25,000 minus 3,000, that is 22,000. Multiply with 500. So your answer is 4545 in rupees. So as per this, A 4,000, B 5,000, C 6,000. So there is no such answer. So our correct answer is none. Okay. This is your final answer. And you need to remember this formula. Again, I am telling you, you can download the handwritten formula sheet which is available in our description. Try to download that. Revise as much as possible. Next question. What is the term used for the income tax paid by both domestic and foreign companies on their income in India? This question is from your income tax. Okay, we have different type of income tax payers. We have different type of income tax payers. In that, one of the type is our company. And then this company is further divided into domestic and next it is foreign. Okay? So when this company pays tax under the Income Tax Act, we call it as corporate income tax. This value added income tax, this was covered in our indirect tax. Okay? Indirect tax. Before GST, we used to follow this VAT. Now, GST, again, this is your indirect tax. Okay. Personal income tax, this is for your individuals. Then, corporate income tax is for your companies. This is for your companies. Correct answer is your option D. Which of the following is a common issue related to revenue recognition under GST? A. Account linked financial service. B. Non-account linked financial service. C. Actionable claims. D. All the above. In this, we need to identify what is the common issue related to revenue recognition under GST. A, B, C, D. So in this, the first issue related to revenue recognition is your account linked financial service only. So this is the true statement. Because when any customer wants to open their account in any bank, they receive different kinds of forms. Okay. In that they need to write their permanent address, communication address, temporary address, KYC address. There are different columns in which we need to give our addresses. So because of that, that is the issue, that which is we need to accept as a communication address. So that is why it is related to account linked financial service. So that is the common issue related to revenue recognition. Now, non-account linked financial service means, suppose this is Maharashtra state, okay, this is Gujarat state. You know, they shares the boundary. They both shares the boundary. Suppose near to this boundary, we have one big city. This is one big city. And here, near to this place only, near to this big city, we have one village. We have one village. So now this city bank persons visit to this place and then they offer few services to this village persons. Now what they are doing? They are offering to this small village of Gujarat, but they belongs to this Maharashtra state. So under GST, under this revenue recognition, it is very difficult to identify that when we say that we completed our service. So that is the second issue related to non-account linked financial service. When we are providing to the villagers or when we are completing the service in our head office. That is what non-account linked financial service. Then we have actionable claims like bills receivable. So under service tax, we never calculated tax on bills receivable. Okay. But after the introduction of GST, we consider bills receivable in the definition of supply. In the definition of supply, that's why this is again the issue related to revenue recognition. So as per this, all the above is your correct option. Chali, let's see the next question. Which of the following is not one of the stated objectives of the cost accounting standards issued by ICOAI? A. To improve the quality of financial reporting for investors. B. To provide guidelines for uniform cost statements. C. To assist management in compliance with statutory obligations. D. To benchmark Indian practices with global standards. And this is your last question. Chali, tell me. As per the cost accounting standards, which is issued by Institute of Cost Accountants. So what is the main objectives? But in this they are asking not the stated objective. Which of this is not the stated objective? So objective of this cost accounting standard is what? To provide the guidelines for uniform cost statements. That is true. Okay, that is true. To assist management in compliance with statutory obligations. That is also true. Okay. Last, to benchmark Indian practice with global standards. That is also true. But to improve the quality of financial reporting for investors, that is not the objective. So the right answer is your option A. Okay, and with this we complete our final marathon of your 4 modules. So please watch all the questions, because in this we are randomly picking from different topics. Okay, and mainly we are discussing the topics which are most important. Not only that, but we are also covering the least important expected questions also. So please try to watch the full video and do share your comments, like you like this session or not. And again, remember, on our 26th, we have this sorry, on 25th we have our one more revision, and on our 26th we have our Chalisa. So please subscribe to this channel, do like this session, share with your friends and colleagues, and thank you. Have a nice day.